Hey, hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is another Westerosi weekend, another Scions of House Nymerian Sunday, another, let's see,
Go four
Dornish,
more.
Dornish Day. We could do a Dornish Day. It's another uh, Nymerian Day.
November.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
right. It
my
is. It is the start of Nymerian November. We got that going for us, which is the opposite of a no nut November. Nymerians don't believe in that. It is an all nuts November
Oh
because you
dear.
All
gotta
the nuts
stay,
all the time.
yeah, you gotta stay warm on those cold Dornish nights. Um,
Easier,
let's
easier
see.
for me.
Yeah.
Oh, you shy.
Anyways, where I'm going with this is hi everybody. And welcome back to a Sea of Spears Sunday. It is good to see you. It is good to be back. We're just having a good old time going back to Westeros, playing the Game of Thrones, getting made the Blood Royal and the Wardens of the Stone Way, talking about marriages into other powerful families, hosting tournaments, making money, earning glory, uh, just eating food. There's lots of eating food on this show pretty often. So yeah, it's good to see everybody. Thanks for coming by, chat, and viewers that maybe aren't active in chat. That's fine. We still love you. You lurk in those shadows. It's okay. So yeah, good to see everybody. Hope you're having a good time. I hope everybody had a happy Halloween and a safe Samhain. And I'm tired of the alliteration. I just had to do it again. But I hope your weekend was good.
I
Um,
lost track of how many you had. You got to start all over.
yeah, sorry. It's time to get our J. Jonah Jameson jam on.
Ah.
Uh, see, alliteration. That's where my love for alliteration comes from.
It's a
Growing
short
up on
step.
those comics.
See, it's a short step from alliteration to pun runs, and then I shall have to call the police.
Well, the good news is I'm a white guy, so that's not as scary a threat as it could be. Uh, But how's it going, folks? Enough about crooked, brutal gold cloaks. Let's talk about the Scions of House Nymerian. We are kicking off the third day of Addam Nymerian's name day tourney. Today, we've got a couple of cool events lined up, including, certainly not least, that the joust is a little more open on day 3. So there should be more jousty boy action. Uh, and I don't know. I was gonna try to come up with a cool girl one, but I guess there would just be jousty, like a stabby girl. That would work. Whatever. Anyway, all the boys and ghouls are riding horses and hitting each other with sticks and having a good old time. And
That's
that's
entertainment.
right. This is like reality TV for the small folk. They get to watch the rich people beat each other up. Like they love that. Um, Then we've got some more arrows flying this afternoon to see who makes the cut to the finals of archery. Today's the last day of qualifiers, and that's going to thin the herd a bit. We also have a riding contest in the cards today. Some noble lords and maybe a few ladies hopping on their horses and running a cool Dornish route here in the Red Mountains. And then we've got a kind of brawling slash wrestling, an unarmed combat fest going on later in the day. So it's a busy day for small folk, especially. They've got a lot of contests to look forward to, but it's also a really busy day for the knights and lords because the joust is picking up, and that's their kind of main event. So day 3, the tourney is definitely picking up steam, right? And people are just having a good old time. So it's an exciting day for all your guests, and it should be a pretty exciting day for our young heroes who are playing the Scions of House Nymerian. Um, let's check in with the name day boy. What is Addam looking forward to most as he gets out of bed on day 3 of his name day tourney?
I'm just vibing. I don't know. I mean, the joust picking up is pretty good, so that's definitely something I'd be looking forward to. Another round of archery as it gets more challenging. Yeah, I don't think he's got like anything in particular. I think he's just trying to have a nice time.
And try to earn a little money, as I recall. So
Yes,
with
definitely. Yes, I started this arc quite well by Nymerian standards, quite impoverished. So I'm trying to claw my way back up.
like I could have only bought myself a small tavern. I was, please, sir, I'm so very poor. But yeah, um, so there should be more jousty activity today. Plenty more opportunities to wager, and once champions start to win and lose and defend their seats, and perhaps a few kind of grudges emerge, you might be able to get larger and larger wagers out of the crowd, right? This is the equivalent of like professional wrestling in Westeros, so they love good grudge match type of stuff. Um, so yeah, we should start to be a little freer with the coin today. A little more activity out there. Should be a good time for everybody. How about Big Brother? How's Luke doing this morning? What's he looking forward to as a
Luke's
new day dawns?
Luke's very confused. He's not used to these emotions he's feeling.
Yeah.
Are you sure they're emotions?
Yeah, are you sure?
I know. They're new. Could be like a upset stomach, maybe. I don't know.
What emotions is he feeling, and towards whom?
There is a woman around.
One.
Yes, there's more
what-
than one.
What's her
Dude,
name,
come on.
Robert?
Her name is Tolan. That's her last name.
Can't remember your first name, baby.
Nymella, I believe, is the first name.
No. Sort of-
Elena.
No? Oh, see, I get the two confused all the time.
Right?
Helena.
So it's true love. Just
Wav, oh wav.
Actually, his excuse is that his head goes kind of foggy every time he's around her.
Oh.
really, because
If he rolls well enough persuasion, he might be able to swing that.
I seem to remember purposefully calling my wife by my ex's name in bed once to be funny, and she didn't buy the whole "you make my head spin" thing.
It's a risky play at best.
It
You
was.
did it on a dare.
I, but it was funny, and that's what counts. And 15 years later, she still hasn't killed me in my sleep.
He doesn't seem over it, though, either.
Kids.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't think it's over. Don't make it
Never.
too easy.
Little bit is just Robert's really bad at all these very similar names everybody has.
racist.
Yeah.
Oh, your names are all the same. You Dornish.
So yeah, he is certainly warming up to the Lady Velena Toland, who is the heir to her house, which means that she'll be the lady there, and he will be the Lord Consort, which might be what Luke has been aspiring to most of his life, honestly, if anything. So he's like, wait a second,
Sounds pleasant.
people still have to call me my lord, but I don't have to make the decisions. Like that's not bad.
He certainly works
Yeah.
somewhere.
So he's been warming up to Velena Toland, and she has
He's
been
a-
at
he's
least
a little
playfully.
confused.
Yeah,
That's all. He's a little confused about how he feels.
In the pits.
That would be
so he
almost-
knows how he feels in the pants.
Yeah,
It's how
that
he
part.
fe-
That part's easy.
Yeah, it's how he feels not just in the pants that is confusing him right now. He's like, maybe I ate some bad food. Maybe I got a stomach bug. I don't know what's going on.
This is a weird kind of horny to feel.
But this is what they call long-term horny.
Ah.
Oh God.
Lingering horny, according to the Maesters.
Oh, some maesters disagree, but that is the general consensus.
Um,
That,
So-
must that be awful? I can't possibly imagine what that feels like.
so over
If there's,
time,
if there's anyone I want to trust to describing those sorts of things, it's the Maesters.
it's Maesters, right? Grand Maester Pycelle, dust off your junk and tell us what you remember about being young and in love. So you, over time, depending upon the symptoms and how severe they get, you may end up with the Maester's conclave formally agreeing that you are precisely half fondness, half lingering horniness towards her, which is the generally agreed upon formula for the concoction known as true love.
Wow,
But
that
we will have to see.
Only time will tell. He's also got some other pretty likable young lasses here visiting that were in the running. And though it seems Velena Tolan is pulling ahead, he's the only one with all three of his suitors present, which may yet prove to be troublesome for young Luke. How about the younger of the sisters? How's Baela doing today? What's she looking forward to?
Younger. Can we not like phrase it as like the younger? We're like the same age.
Right?
Thank you. I'm not younger.
But I am older.
But I do, yeah, but she is older. I'm doing well. I may have seen a certain strapping young knight overnight and had a good time and am ready for the day of jousting that will be happening. And so she is. I'm gonna get myself some good breakfast, put my gambeson on, and a little bit of light workout in the morning just to like stretch and get ready for the day. So
Every morning we do this because I don't want them to forget that I know how to freaking operate a sword.
she,
that's
knows,
what I wanted to forget.
she knows right where the trigger is, suckers. So that's what the Lady Reyna is also out there doing some kind of light calisthenics and some swordplay type of stuff.
Yeah, warm up. Get loose, get active for a day of sitting in the shade and eating and drinking.
Luxuriating.
Just like, woof, all of that physical activity's done. It's time to sit and drink wine. We call that pulling a Cersei, when you just stand somewhere and drink all the, staring into the middle distance thoughtfully. What is Reyna looking forward to today? Any of the events particularly looking out, like something she's looking forward to? Any particular NPC she's wanting to chat with? Because she's not involved in the joust, and she hasn't been very heavily wagering. She's been more wagering as statement than wagering to make coin.
Right, I'm
So
not
what's
out to make
her-
profit off of my guests.
Yeah.
I am, I want to be approachable, sort of.
I want to be absolutely divine and regal, and yet at the same time quite pretty and rather accessible.
Accessible, no, approachable. I think she knows what that word means.
Many may approach her, none may access her.
Well,
Unless,
not true. Somebody,
Darian.
right? There's been access. Not all, not, but
Push to talk.
sorry, I was looking at dresses in Pinterest. That's part of my Reyna mood. I look at dresses for her on Pinterest.
I look at outfits for all of us on Pinterest as well.
You mean Reyna's not wearing an Origins hoodie?
No, She's not wearing an Origins hoodie. My ginormous horse. Anyway, Brina is actually trying to be especially aware of the regional tensions to see how they flow. Um, Thankfully, most of that has been diverted so far, and I want it to continue to be diverted. So I'm trying to keep track without looking like I'm keeping track. Yes.
So far, it has been pretty smooth. There's been a few little grouchiness here and there, and a couple kind of muttered, fucking Dornishmen or stupid Stormlanders and yada yada. But for the most part, everyone's been on their best behavior. You are definitely left with the impression that you are not the only one curtailing those shenanigans. Um, you suspect that the Queen of Thorns was involved in talking to the Reach Knights and then talking to Renly and through Renly the Stormlanders, and that everybody knows, like, be on your best behavior. They probably left their quarrelsome men at arms at home, because most of them did travel with small groups of a foursome of men at arms or whatever for security. But they're like, okay, like leave the drunkards and the brawlers back home. Don't bring the troublemakers along. That sort of thing. So it's been a pretty, quiet and I was
But
gonna say peaceful, but it is like attorney. So there's,
here's the thing:
some.
we're doing martial competitions, so tensions can get high in martial competitions, and I just don't want there to be any mistakes. Not accidents, but mistakes. Yeah,
She doesn't want anybody to die that she doesn't want to die.
exactly.
To be honest, I'm in favor of that because I
Right?
don't want anyone to die that we don't want to die.
We all know that accidents happens at turnings. I mean, Garland got hurt pretty bad in King's Landing, so I mean, we know it can happen. So, but I don't want that to happen here.
They can always
No.
have a duel. Like, that's fine if they want to, like, if
Guys,
they get upset so much.
I don't want anybody to die here during our tournament this time.
That would be good.
Well,
I mean,
you know how
halfway.
men are. Go
Sorry.
hot-headed and can't back down.
But
Especially some
Baela's
of them.
Bayless, like, we can egg it on. It can happen. Just
She's like, you know how men are. Sometimes you just have to stab them to death.
I'm just imagining Raina going, we can't have someone die at this tourney and Bailey going, not with that attitude.
We stir the pot. Everyone who's gonna get hurt gets hurt, and then we continue on the tourney injury free.
Some of you don't have, plans behind the scenes working.
Oh, I forgot all about this. I'm
Mm.
very intrigued.
We'll find
Well,
out
I mean-
soon.
If you want someone to die, I could always try and joust.
No,
almost
not
certainly make it
you.
I just was very specific.
Yeah. I don't know, but I feel like your plan isn't just someone die.
I mean,
At the first tourney that we've ever had in Wyvern's Rest in our lifetimes, are you plotting a murder? Because I didn't know about that. I think it's something I should know about.
That's not for me to say.
now that I think about it, there is at least
For her to
one,
do.
It's
there is
yours.
at least one person present who we could reasonably, or maybe more unreasonably, have a grudge against and want to murder. So, I'll wait and see.
Hey,
It's fine.
leave
I'm not
cousin
gonna-
Elliot out of this.
Oh no, I was not even talking about Elia. That's right,
Young girl, full of hope.
I'm not going to think about it too much. I'm certainly not going to write all over my conspiracy wall about it.
Yeah, you guys did get Addam that his new solar gives him like multiple new conspiracy walls. He can broaden his horizons.
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
It's going to be like that Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like scene of Pippi LaVie with just all this threads and paper everywhere. It's like,
well,
Is Adam our Charlie?
you know what? At the moment I said it, I knew it was a mistake. Possibly.
I mean, I feel like Adam should kind of be the Mac. Uh,
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
honestly, I don't think Adam's really in Always Sunny. I think Adam's over in Parks and Recreation being Ben Wyatt.
Oh my gosh, horrible Ben Wyatt. Yes. Okay.
Being the nerd.
Anyway, so as far as like, I'm looking to interact with Renly if he's available. I mean, just like friendly. I want to establish friendly relations with
Oh, don't we
Renly.
all?
Loris. That's different. uh, and some of the ladies, from the Reach,
Oh,
Well, you're gonna be
simply-
family soon, so that makes sense.
right?
Yeah, totally.
I want there to be uh, positive, positive tales of me going back to Highgarden.
That's a very good idea.
and there is a plan, as I recall. I believe it's 2 days from now, and day 5 was when you were planning to go out riding and hawking with the ladies, or rather, some of the girls. Honestly, few there, in between, of course. But you're not trying to take the Queen of Thorns out on a horse or anything. It's the younger ones that have been looking forward to going riding, and I think we had that planned for day 5. As when we would have the time. But for the moment, it is day 3. So let's get things started. Does anybody have any other particular plans in the morning prior to kind of overseeing the joust picking up? We've got the twins doing a little bit of a workout and sparring thing and just kind of showing the knights that they're still here, particularly in Raina's case. Even if she's not in the joust, she could have been. She wants them to know. She wants them to think. Uh, but any other particular plans before the events kick off?
I don't have anything special.
And Adam does have an agenda, but I don't want to hold up like the actual competition if it's something that can reasonably wait, out of character.
Just depends. What's the agenda?
I mean, there's a couple of people he wants to talk to, but it doesn't absolutely have to be in the morning, if you know what I mean. I don't, like I say, I don't want to hold up proceedings.
Okay. You could have tried to find somebody over breakfast or something, depending upon the nature of the discussion and all that. Like it's not like it needs to delay the joust or anything.
Okay. Then, Adam would like to see if he can get Brian Faring on his own for a moment.
Okay. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and they've all been here long enough that everybody has become really quite enamored of Lady Bess's various baked goods for morning times. So
Send them.
so that's been pretty easy, and you actually spot Brian Faring as you're making your way down to grab some breakfast. You see him leaving the feast hall with like a tray heaped with food, and you suspect that he is bringing breakfast back to Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, master of ships, etc., for whom he is squiring. But you could probably walk with him up through the castle towards the fancy guest room.
Well, I guess Adam kind of try and kind of fall into step with him. He's not gonna run or anything, but just kind of try not. I guess he's trying to be subtle, so not running straight up to him or anything, but will just kind of make his way up to being walking beside him.
Sure. You are able to predict his trajectory, and I don't want to say cut him off, but you are able to happen to be where he is going at the right time. Um, he gives you a polite nod. Uh, Lord Adam.
Brian, I just wanted to quickly ask you if what Lord Stannis's mood seems like today. Is he in reasonably good humour?
For Stannis.
uh,
That's why I used the word relatively in there.
uh, Lord Stannis has been quite enjoying the hospitality offered by the Warden of the Stoneway, and has been spending a good deal of time in your Lord Grandfather's Solar.
Oh God.
I believe they've been discussing earnest matters, but perhaps not entirely unpleasant. I suppose I could say he seems not to be displeased by the discussions.
Right, that's good to know. Thank you. So, you would say that if someone were to want to initiate a potentially delicate conversation with him, that today would be as good a day as any?
There are some who say almost any conversation with Lord Stannis is potentially delicate, but as good a day as any. I believe your Lord Grandfather is meeting with someone else this morning. Lord Stannis said he would not be busy until the afternoon.
Good. That's good to know, Brian. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think he planned to watch some of the joust.
Right. I see. Shall hopefully see him later then. There's going to be a hunt tomorrow. I'd very much like it if you could, if you feel like joining in, even well, if your duties permit you, of course.
I think it unlikely that I would be able to leave Lord Stannis unattended for such an amount of time. Should I make certain that Lord Stannis remembers his invitation to the hunt, then perhaps we both might attend.
Yes, I intend to extend an invitation to him personally today, so that's... Well, hopefully that'll work out then. I have to go be somewhere else right now, but thank you for this, and have a nice day.
You as well, sir. My lord. And then off he goes.
Okay. Right. Well, that's good to know, though. Depending on what he's been talking to Grandpa Maker about, this may completely obviate my entire reason for talking to him. But never mind. We'll find out.
You have no way to know.
No, I've got no way to know.
If only Grandfather would keep us in the loop more.
I know, it's almost like he doesn't tell us anything.
Yeah. Welcome home, brother.
Life is suffering. Okay, so it would seem then that it might... Well, I can either try and get Stannis now, or I can try to talk to him during the joust. One's likely to be more eavesdroppable than the other. Not that it's like super secret or anything, but
He has been sitting up in the kind of host's viewing box area, which has been pretty sparsely populated.
okay. I'll probably make a point of hanging out there then, just kind of and talk to him then, rather than because yeah, just feels like a better idea, kind of even out of character, just to kind of have things happening simultaneously.
Alrighty then. I think we are off to the joust. At present, the 5 tourney champions, representing House Nymerian, is the Lady Baela. who has so far defended her seat against Lord Beric Dondarrion and Lord Mathis Rowan. So not just knights, but lords, one from the Stormlands and one from the Reach, have fallen to her tourney lances. We have Lord Bryce Caron of Nightsong, a Stormlander, that has taken the seat of House Sandstorm. Luke initially held it against the Dornishman, Sir Tremend Gargalen, and then Bryce Caron took the seat and held it against Lord Lyman Goodbrook, a Riverlander that has come to visit. The seat for House Bridington was taken by Lord Renly Baratheon from Sir Addam, your bannerman, who then, Lord Renly, held the seat against Ralph Buckler, one of his liege vassals. The seat of House Dannet, probably the most controversial, was initially held by a lowborn man-at-arms, Captain Tommen, who lost it to the Red Viper's bastard daughter, Elia Sand, who then lost it to a woman, Lady Velena Toland, heir to Ghost Hill, who then held it against the Knight of Griffin's Roost, Red Ronnet Connington, a Stormlander. And then finally, the seat of House Drinkwater, as held by Sir Gareth Drinkwater, was lost to Lyle Crakehall, the Strongboar, a renowned Westerlands fighting man. So at present, the seeded champions are the Lady Baela, Lord Bryce Caron, Lord Renly Baratheon, Lady Velena Toland, and Sir Lyle Crakehall.
I like it.
Lyle Crakehall will be, when you lot see him, talking to his brother, Merlin Crakehall, his younger brother. And you get the idea that he's perhaps going over strategies for wagering on the day, that type of thing. Like, you don't see him handing his brother a big sack with dollar signs on it, like in a cartoon, but you're pretty sure he's like, listen, if I'm fighting a lord, wager this much. If I'm fighting a sir, wager this much. Like he's just kind of giving his little brother some tips to try to come home with more money than they left with. And near them, of course, are the Brax brothers, their fellow Westerlanders who traveled cross country with them pretty literally. So you've got the unicorns and the boars of the Westerlands, which may be inauspicious for your other guests, as those are both critters known for their charge. So that's the strong boar. You see him talking to his younger brother, who's not much of a little brother. Like, they're built of a type. And then before he makes his way over, Velena Toland looks to be japing with Tremend Gargalen, who lost to Luke earlier, and a few of the other Dornishmen. It looks like they're kind of hanging out and BSing in a not unexpected fashion, but just kind of affable conversation with the Corgiles brothers, the heirs to Sandstone. Sandstone. Jesus, I can talk, I promise. And today, they're also talking with Sir Ryan Illyrian, who, and most of these knights that you're seeing today are armored up, because day 3 is kind of open doors. But you can see that the Corgiles and Sir Ryan are both kind of on the edge of the field, like towards the challenging area. Like, they're kind of drifting in that direction, like they might be looking to make a play. Redley Baratheon is affably making his way through the largely commingled Stormland and Reach contingent. And a lot of them did travel together, and they tend to have pretty good relations, thanks in large part to the shared enemy of Dorne. Stormlanders and Reach Knights have a bit of rivalry at most tourneys and stuff, but they tend to both be fairly chivalrous, affable type of knights um, that largely get along. They haven't warred for quite a while. The Reach and the Stormlands haven't gone to war, uh, other than the Robert's Rebellion, which they did. But that was mostly one big siege instead of a ton of actual fighting. So yeah, Renly's just kind of making his way through that crowd, saying, you know, 7 blessings and good morning to everybody, um, clapping a couple guys on the arm and wishing them luck. And then, like, you hear a few times, like, if you're paying attention, like, he's like, good luck today, warrior smile on you. Unless it's against me, haha. And then, like, he moves a couple knights away, and it's kind of the same sort of corny, almost dad joke, blandly likable stuff of wishing them luck unless it's against me, and you know, that sort of thing. Um, don't hit my shield by accident, eh? Type of stuff, and Bryce Karen is just kind of traveling in his wake, both physically and socially. Renly's a good deal larger than Lord Bryce, um, and Lord Bryce is just kind of following him as they make their way over. Um, and then the champions are assembled, like the Avengers, only less variety of character class.
They're all Hawkeye. I'm going to take a seat near the Ornishman.
Okay, that is absolutely doable. Um, they are, again, you can see, uh, it looks like some of them may have kind of called dibs, for lack of a better term, today. Um, you see Ilarion and the Corgiles are both a little close, like they're getting ready. But other than that, nothing real bad seems to be going on. Sir Ulwick Uller, you may recall, has a bit of a temper, to put it mildly, that has been inherited by his niece and her children, the Sand Snakes. Um, but he isn't day drunk. He isn't waving a knife around at anybody. He's not like glaring. He's just kind of chilling. So nothing of particular note or drama seems to be brewing in the Ornish contingent.
I am basically off at the moment, so I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the jousting, see what happens.
Reyna and Addam going to the kind of family box, I'm assuming, or mingling
Yes.
with the guests.
There
Family
are
box.
guests in the family box. It's open air. It's not like nobody's allowed to be there with us.
No peasants allowed. Get out.
Well, obviously no peasants are allowed.
You actually don't see the the prize of the tourney today. She's been watching more of the jousting than not. We think maybe a couple days in a row of a sport she's not a huge fan of may have been enough for her to not want to come immediately back. So Iris Dannett is not seated there today. Septon Gem is there, hanging out, looking a little bit wistful towards the knights as usual. Um, and he actually maybe not jokes, but maybe passes it off as a joke as Reyna arrives, and he's the only one up there in the box at present, and he's been there pretty early every day. You know, he's really active. He still gets up early. yada yada yada. And he goes, Lady Raina, I 7 blessings. And then he waits, like, all right, I'm accepting. Like, sure, you gotta do this.
7 blessings for you, Septic. How are you this morning?
Uh, both well and well fed. That Lady Bessa will put us all in early graves, but make sure we're happy on our way there. And he pats his stomach and kind of bulges it comedically. Um, but over that breakfast, I spoke with another tired old man, that Woolly Will, your master of lists. He seemed keen to remind me there's no requirement of a sir before your name, nor a lord, in order to compete in these tilts.
That is absolutely correct. We are allowing pretty much anyone who can sit a horse and carry a lance to have a hand on the list.
And his gaze kind of slides past you, and using your Nymerian sense, you remember that in that general direction, Sir Adam Bridington was standing half a head taller than most. And Septon Jim, of course, is Sir Adam's kind of master at arms, in as much as Sir Adam isn't his own. But and he looks, you're pretty sure, at Sir Adam. He goes, and the winner of the tourney, of course, needn't marry the girl himself, but rather could betroth her to someone else.
He accidentally wins.
Bless
That
his
is
heart.
that is correct. Else no married men would be competing.
Not unless they left their lady at home.
Well, eventually they have to go back home.
Not if she hears they won this tourney, my lady. But yes, hmm, we'll see then. There's a good deal of jousting left, but perhaps it's time to rattle these old bones a few more times. There's not many tourneys that are open to septons, and I imagine there's not many septons that would want in. So, a
Of
rare
course.
coincidence.
Well, I am absolutely sure that we could get you properly doffed in armor.
Oh, yes, I brought mine.
Excellent.
Sir Adam doesn't let anyone leave either of the towers without. And you remember, of course, they don't have a hall in Bridington Lands. They've got a tower on one end of the valley and a tower on the other. And they're basically just a pair of military encampments that he and his men ride in between. The rest of the valley has a few scattered folk, but the population is actually pretty low. It's some of the woodsmen and hunters, and some herbalists. It's kind of the rough section of Nymerian lands, um, and they basically just ride back and forth. Like, that's Sir Adam's life. Is every couple of days he rides from one tower to the next on patrols, and Septon Jim goes with him. So they are uh, rather, I don't want to say purely martial, because I don't want to make him sound like fucking Cleganes or something, but he is definitely staying trim and saddle ready, and ready should his banner be called. Yada yada yada. And that includes the Septon in this case.
Well, I for one would be delighted if you chose to do so, Septon.
We shall see what the seven have in store for us today, I suppose. And then he offers you a hand up into the box after, like, walking with you the last little bit of it, or whatever.
Good.
So yeah, okay. He is there, and that's gonna be it this early. Lord Stannis seems to still be off eating his breakfast somewhere. Adam knows. The rest of you think maybe he's hanging upside down or something weird. Who knows? Stannis. He could be doing anywhere. He could be doing anything. But yeah, other than that, no hugely dramatic arrivals. We've got just kind of the milling knot of lords and sirs, a gaggle of ladies cheering some of them on. The overlap in that Venn diagram, uh, of course, between the martial circle and the ladies circle is not actually the martial ladies, your Alisane Mormonts and Maya Stones and stuff. Um, it is the uh, betrothed squire. Uh, it's Eleanor Tyrell and her betrothed squire, whose name I just drew a big blank on because now I'm trying to think of it. Alan Ambrose. There we go. So the two of them are
Alan
kind of
Ambrose.
yes, those two are kind of hanging out together, and then like the girls are on one side and all the knights are on the other. Um, so they're the overlap. They're where the two groups meet. Uh, Anyone else got any particular plans besides awaiting the challenges to commence?
I think Adam's largely like listening to this conversation that Raina's having, like with kind of quiet amusement, and just sort of watching who's, you know, in our orbit. Wait for something to happen.
Yeah, I want to see if people get hit with sticks who aren't me, and then so
Right?
I'm enjoying the show.
All right then. Let's commence with some challenges then. Give me 1 second to resize a word window that is stubbornly not wanting to play nice and let me keep my notes as organized as I would like them. And yes, day 3 is when things open up to not lords and largely not heirs. Um, and the first bit of motion of the day uh, is the as of yet young and uh, bright sun in the sky gleaming on the silver chased plate mail with golden vines and flower patterns etched in it as Sir Loris Tyrell makes his way towards the edge of where the knights are standing and then just kind of smirks at how everybody like makes room for him to go challenge. Like, oh shit, are we gonna watch Loris? Who's he gonna go after? Are we gonna see this little pretty reach guy against the big Lyle Craycall? Or is Loris going to fight a woman? What would happen? Surely not Lord Renly. I bet he'll go after Lord Rice, right? And you see everybody's kind of muttering and pointing who they think he's going to go for, and being very excited. Um, and then he just kind of tosses his hair casually and looks off, uh, and puts an almost innocent look on his face, like oh, did you not look forward to something? Um, and after a few moments, you hear a bit of a chuckle from the crowd, like, oh, that son of a bitch, he got us. Like, all right, he's not going to go first. That'll make him look like too much of a thirsty bitch. So, okay, who's going to be first up for the day? Because you know that Loris doesn't want to look eager to do anything. He wants to look casual and effortless with whatever he does. Fine, fine. Right? So you hear some kind of muttering and a couple kind of chuckles. Um, and then comes a fellow in not shining armor. It's not gleaming. It's not chased with silver and gold. He is not particularly pretty. And he is not smirking. He's got a grim expression on his face, which is the only way you've ever seen him look. And his armor is rather plain gray affair. Why did I pick those 3 words to put together?
I speak a good English. I learned it from my book.
Plain gray affair. Why would I do that to myself? And you see Sir Richard Horp, making his way through the crowd. He is a Stormlander of no small renown that was reputed to have been next in line for the Kingsguard before some golden manipulations led to Boris Blunt and Marin Trant getting such positions instead. And he is a renowned swordsman, perhaps on par with Lynn Corbray and Garland Tyrell and the like. Um, and still a fine jouster, but still known mostly for absolutely lethal sword work. And he's a pretty stark contrast to Loras Tyrell. He's also got like a pox scars on his face that add kind of Skyrim texture, right? That simply Loras Tyrell does not have. So it makes him look even more older and grizzled and weathered, and right, it just adds to the contrast there. Um,
He also killed our cousin.
yeah, and he just stalks his way up to the gathered champions. And you all remember that the last time you did see him was he had been recruited into his fellow Stormlanders' side in the trial by 7. And your cousin, the Will of Will, fell under his blade. And over with the Dornish contingent, Luke does hear some mutters like that, and a few will. It's just a will, taba, will, right? Like you can definitely tell that the Dornish folk are making sure that everybody knows that particular bit of gossip about Richard Horp and why the will lands were, um, I don't want to say unoccupied, but were untended by a will of will as they all made their way through. Um, so Horp stops and just looks up at the assembled shields and then scans the faces of the assembled champions. You see Lau Kraykall getting his feet under him and like putting his hands on the armrests of his chair, like he's eagerly getting ready to get up. Lord Renly uh, looks like he's not even noticing that he might be challenged. He's giving a rather pleasant, absolutely unconcerned smile to his bannerman. Um, that either means he thinks he's going to challenge someone else, or it's some Baratheon cockiness about winning the fight. Bryce Caron is restraining himself better than Lyle Kraykall, but you can tell he's looking kind of eager, like maybe they've jousted before, maybe they'll joust again, maybe he's hoping to be challenged. Velena Toland is not looking at Richard Horp. She is just sipping her wine and glancing off to one side, like, nah, just a Stormlander that wants to stab me, whatever, right? And just pointedly ignoring him. What does he see, and what does everyone else see in the seat of House Nymerian?
Oh, I figure this would play in a little bit. I was hoping to have some wine and talk to the other lady in the champions area.
So you two are just gonna sip your wine and talk to each other and ignore him? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's do this then. 1 second. All right. It came up odds. So he grabs one of the kind of symbolic tourney spears or tourney lances that's on hand for this, and stabs it directly at the silver wyvern of House Nymerian, tapping the shield of the champion Baela.
Crush him.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
I hear the ping and turn around and I say, Sir Hort. Sir Richard, I mean. Um,
I'm assuming that was an out of character slip
it
up,
was
not
a
an
it was an
in-character.
out of character slip up. Sir Richard, looks like we will be facing off, and then I down my wine and um, go and fetch the rest of my equipment.
And all you get from him is a kind of brusque, matter of fact, it does. He doesn't gloat about killing your cousin. He doesn't apologize for, um, and most people don't apologize for being on the wrong side in like a trial. They're doing their part for the seven, but like he doesn't mention that. He doesn't sneer at you or spit at you or insult you or goad you. Just this matter of fact, it does. And then off he stalks to go get ready. And it looks like it's just business to him. He's just like, somebody has to do this. I might as well go first. Enough of the fanfare and the showing off and the pretty boys faffing about. Let's get some jousting going on. So yeah,
Luke will
looks-
help you prepare your horse and everything.
Okay, great. Yeah, so Baela's
All right.
attitude on that situation is that she understands that he was asked to put asked to be on their team, and he was abiding the rules of the trial. She knows that it wasn't like a direct slight towards our house in it. It doesn't mean like she's happy that cousin Will is dead, of course, but she knows that it wasn't just like a duel or a grudge that befell. It was by the seven, um, proving the justification of all of the things that were going on in King's Landing. So it was just in like by the gods, basically.
Yeah, and you guys do notice that he is favoring one leg a bit. And you might remember his leg had been cut up pretty good by Cousin Will. Looked like Cousin Will was going for a career-ending hamstring type of cut on him, as you may recall, in the trial by seven. Um, so it just looks like these two were just both pretty lethal fighters, and one of them won by a little bit, right? Like he didn't like. He wasn't desecrating Will's corpse. It wasn't like overkill was involved or whatever.
It was just a battle.
It wasn't like beheading your rival house.
Yeah,
in the battle.
nothing like that.
It wasn't personal like that.
That said, 7 blessings, Baela.
Thank you, Luke.
But then again, the fact that it was just business when he matter-of-factly killed your cousin, and that this joust looks like it's just business to him also, might not be good news, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe it's just because he doesn't value human life, or whatever. Like who knows?
Well,
Maybe he's just not excited about it because it's not a big deal to him.
I mean, that
And it's just business for backing her up.
I mean, how rubbish is that? I mean, like, he doesn't even like killing people. How that's just boring.
has
It's
his
just a
style.
job.
All right.
You gotta
Well,
love, you gotta love your job.
To kill someone in enjoying it's one thing, that's honorable. But to do it just for money. Or
Well, there's
for
no way that I can accidentally lower my spear to hit his injured leg.
Robert,
So there's not really a way I can take advantage of that directly.
It's
Robert,
more.
I heard what you did there, Robert. Noted.
What did?
He was making a jibe. It was fine.
Oh,
All right then. Let's assemble our big fat honkin' die pools. And remember, of course, in a joust, if anybody's missed prior sessions of it, jousting is a special affair, much like a duel in Legend of the Five Rings, or a mage duel in Ars Magica. It kind of uses different combat rules than the go-to ones. In a joust, you've got two people riding directly at one another, And the point is for both of them to land solid hits, and for one to show that they're better by just staying in the saddle while knocking their opponent out. So the normal combat defense rules go away, and instead you are using a passive ride attribute because you're both just going straight at one another. You're not supposed to be juking and jiving and bobbing and weaving. You're supposed to kind of adjust your posture and shield, and that's about it. Um, and you also get to choose a stance. You can be aggressive or defensive or ride high in the saddle. There's some modifiers that you can give, but it's a simultaneous attack roll with both sides rolling to hit at the same time. The impacts happen at the same time. Both parties make their rolls to stay in the saddle based on how hard they are hit, basically. Um, we are kind of ignoring damage for most of this. By the rules, you don't. But our assumptions with tourney lances, the damage won't stage like normal. Staging only helps with um, the degree of difficulty to survive it. If you guys were to use a tourney lance in a fight, that would not necessarily be the case. If you were literally just aiming for the face or some shit. But that's how it works here with these special rules. It's simultaneous attack rolls, simultaneous stay in the saddle rolls, and you tend to roll a whole lot of dice because attacking from horseback, um, with any melee attack, you roll your fighting plus your weapon if you have specialty dice in it. But when attacking from horseback, you get to add dice equal to your animal handling. So the better you are in the saddle, the better you are at doing fights in the saddle. So you tend to be rolling a lot of dice, but you keep one less than normal because you're making a charge attack. So everybody rolls fighting plus bonus dice for spears plus bonus dice equal to their animal handling, and then you keep fighting -1. So we tend to be great big honking Shadowrun style handfuls of dice, where then 3 or 4 count, and they tend to be very good ones. So it's kind of fun. So with that stated, what posture or stance or maneuver, whatever term you like, which one is Baela going with?
Baela is a little bit confident, like she usually is, and she is going to go high in the saddle to get some extra leverage. That does mean she is a little bit less sturdy at being able to be hit. Essentially, her defense is less because of this.
Well, with high in the saddle, your defense is the same, but your roll to stay in the saddle is what's lower.
Well, then I want the other one.
You wanted aggressive?
Aggressive stance, yes.
Okay, that's the one that subtracts from your passive animal handle. Okay. So yeah, that's a couple different ways to go aggro in this. One of them makes you easier to hit. One of them instead is a penalty on your roll when you actively make a ride check to keep your seat. So all right, you meant aggressive. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay then, let's get these dice together and roll them. So give me 1 second.
Counting.
I have the option to be able to keep an extra 5.
Do it.
That will often be the case. You're almost always looking at 5s and 6s as your leftovers, which is part of what makes these so fun.
Not the way I was rolling last time, but yeah, in theory.
I said almost always to account for your drunken ill luck.
Wasn't good.
All right, I will spend a destiny point to be extra accurate with my lance.
What does that make your total to hit?
makes it a 28.
Yes.
All right, give me 1 second to look up what his difficulty is going to be. Uh, that was a hit. Just so you know.
Oh, wait,
I
sorry.
didn't.
20,
Shock.
23. Sorry, I
Oh.
can't believe I added 2 5s to it.
Okay, there we go. 23. It's still a hit.
No.
Good luck there. You're not missing his passive animal handling with a 20 or something. He is
Thank
looking
God.
at.
I had to correct that one last time. My bonus is
All right.
from the stance and stuff. 26.
26.
Okay.
Okay.
Final offer.
Final answer.
All right.
Third time's the charm.
He is going to have to make a 15 to stay in the saddle. He hit you with a 23,
Ooh,
which
I'm
how
at
much were you doing? +1 or +2 for aggressive?
2. So
So
I'm
that
at
puts you an animal
11.
handle of 9, right?
Animal handling 11.
Okay, 11 after the penalty.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's just still 3 degrees.
Yeah, so you're both looking at 15s to keep your seat. So
Oof.
1 second.
Oof. I'm wondering if I would like to try to reduce his degrees of success with a destiny point. Because
Gotta
15
decide
is right now,
Got to
right?
decide it before you roll. Yep.
Yep, I have not rolled anything yet. Looking at my animal handling to stay in the saddle is not good. So if that will reduce a degree of success, I would like to use a destiny point right now.
All right, spending a destiny point to make him drop an extra die does drop a degree of success. So you are now looking for a 12 to stay in the saddle.
Okay, I feel much better about needing a 12. Oh, well, it turns out I wouldn't have needed that destiny point to help out because I rolled a 16.
All right.
17 with my +1, actually.
You are both still in the saddle then. A resounding first pass.
I do have one final destiny point.
Okay.
I don't know if that's going to be enough to make a difference or not, but I have a feeling if I don't use it now, this might be my best hit of the joust. Oh no! Let's do it. Let's spend it. That's it. It's spent.
All right. He is going to spend his to neutralize yours and stay in the saddle.
Oh no!
Oh.
NPCs get destiny points too, y'all. So all right, first pass, very, very, very good stuff. Both sides very, very cleanly and accurately hitting. And let's get those dice pools ready for the second pass. Same stance.
Yeah, I need his difficulty to be high.
All right, I've got his stance. Let's roll those dice.
Whew. Well, my roll's actually better, but I can't keep an extra die this time. So, 21.
He also has a 21. And you're at an 11 again. So that is 3 degrees.
Shoot. Well, this could be the end of my party.
Oh no.
Oh no. I rolled even better this time. I have 17 on the dice plus 1 for 18.
Nice.
I'm in the saddle.
And he is also in the saddle. So a second really solid pass with both jousters looking good. and a fair amount of dramatic gasping and et cetera, from the crowd. Because, again, you're also getting a little bit more engagement from the maidens and the ladies who are watching. They are taking a polite interest in watching Baela and the other women fight. Third
Oh,
pass.
yeah, you can do this.
I have a 20 this time.
His dice are not as hot, and he picked a bad time to change stance. That will be a 16 for him.
Okay.
So that's going to be 2 degrees.
12.
So that's going to be a 12 for you. And what was your total? I'm sorry, 20 even?
20 even.
All right. And yeah, for him. All right. Both sides looking for 12s.
16 for me.
Oh, actually, wait, no. Yeah, okay, yeah, 20 is still that on him. All right, I just remembered I changed his stance, and I was like, wait, did that matter? Not quite. All right, both of you stay in the saddle. That is 3, there's that 4 passes now.
That was the third.
Yeah, that was third. So coming up on the 4th pass. And the crowd is loving this. I mean, they like it when they're nice, evenly matched jousters. They also kind of love it when somebody just completely fucking nuked from orbit, right? Like, that's also fun. That's the other fun one. But yeah, like, they're like, oh, everybody's good at their job. Like, this is cool. We like this. He is changing his stance again, trying to crack the code of Baela Nymerian.
Get him, Baela.
18 this time.
All right. Let me do math. That is only 1 degree against him this time. You notice he was angling his body and shield, lessening the impact. And you thought perhaps it might have been a feint, and at the last moment he was going to go more aggressive, like right before the strike. But no, he was just very openly was like, come on, give me your best, I can take it. So he was fighting very defensively this round. But his dice were very hot this round. So he is looking at a 19 after his defensive penalty.
2 degrees.
So you are looking for a 12. He's looking for a 9.
And I get my 12 exactly.
All right. And he gets a 13 on the 9 that he needed. So he is good. 4th pass down. 5th pass to go. What did we have as a rule for if ties go? Was it to 5 or was it to 7 to be holy? I don't remember.
Does
Oh, write down these rules because I didn't write them down.
Yeah, they're written down. I don't see what we're doing for if ties continue for too long. Okay. Next up is the 5th path. I just remembered we were doing this whole theme of 5s a couple other places in the tourney, so I was like, wait, does that mean this is the last one? It sounds like it's not. So, 5th pass.
Because it's like Faith of the Seven rounds.
Well, right, but for a lot of the tourney, you guys have been doing 5 for Nymerian plus your banner houses, like the number of champions and the teams in the melee and stuff. So I just wasn't sure which odd number was taking precedence. 1 second, I got to pick his stance before I go. All right, got it.
You can tell this is starting to fatigue Baela a little bit. Her roll this time is 17. getting
That's,
harder and harder to keep up the accuracy.
she needs a
All
snack
right.
and a nap.
Well, uh, he went very high in the saddle, feet low in the stirrups, standing tall, angling his attack to try and overpower you with sheer mass. And Baela, you can tell he also gave a little extra oomph to this. You could see he was focused like a laser on unhorsing you because you think that it's also starting to wear on him, and he's like, I gotta finish this one way or the other. So he went high in the saddle, and he spent a destiny point,
Oh no.
giving him a 28 because he had a really hot dice this time.
By the way, Erica,
Um,
you've Badnog has given you another destiny point by uh, defeating
Okay.
the stream boss. If
Thank you.
if
So
that's
then that I have 2 then. Thank you so much. I might need
so
1 for sure on this test
yeah,
to stay.
because you're looking at an 18 to stay in the saddle.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 4 degrees gets pretty gnarly.
Yeah. So I'm rolling 4 dice, keeping 3 with a +1 to this roll.
depending on how
So the dice roll is 5, 5, 5, 6.
nice.
All right.
That is
So
not shabby.
that is 16 on the dice plus 1 is 17. But I need 1 more, right?
Yep. So,
So
a
a destiny point
will get it for you.
will keep me on the saddle.
Ooh,
Yep.
All right. And that one, his lance just freaking explodes. You lot see from the sidelines. And Baela gets rocked backwards, almost out of the saddle, like out of the saddle guard in the back. But through sheer grit and determination and fierce Dornish warrior woman pride and stubbornness, she is able to cling to her seat. And he also does against her visibly lesser attack that pass. He put everything he had into a pretty hard hit, and it did not pay off. 6 to pass. Let's do this again.
He's exhausted now.
Yeah.
And you can see that he is bracing himself against the impact at the moment of arrival. He's hunching low in the saddle, hoping to just wear her down now after that. Like, maybe I hurt her shoulder last time. Maybe, maybe if it just grind it out,
I keep looking for dice rolls that will be useful with the destiny point here, and they're not working out that way ever since that very first one. Where like
All
that,
right.
where that next die would like be really
Right.
significant.
Would for sure do the trick. He has a 20 against you.
I have a
which-
19.
all right, so you
ah,
are looking like, because of his braced, he lost a degree of success. So that worked out for you because of that. So you are looking for just a 12, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, and then he needs that.
Yep. I have a 16.
All right. He has 333 and some ones. So that's a 9. He braced for 2, which makes it an 11, and he needs a 12. So his dice finally betrayed him.
Oh.
With literally, because even if he, yeah, like that's That's just not great. That the brace that he did was just enough to make your roll significantly easier, and not quite enough to actually help him on his, because that should be a fucking gimme. Uh, but dice are involved.
Right.
So, finally, on the sixth pass, I believe it was, um, you are both again. There, it's another fine pass. Lances are shattering. The thunder of the hooves is electrifying. There's this fantastic, clean impact sound, and the rattle of armor, and the explosions of almost firework esque to the small folk. The exploding splinters of lance flying everywhere. But this time, uh, it is Lady Baela that is able to keep her seat and hold it against Sir Richard Horp.
Whew,
Yes!
whew,
Yes!
whew. Um,
That was close.
I'll ride over and help him up.
Uh, he he as part of like sitting up, he slaps his visor open, because you're also like pretty hot in there, right? Like as soon as you can open that shit up, knights tend to. So you can see him cleanly looking up at you as he's kind of sitting on his rump in his armor, and he gives you a long, unreadable look. Before, like, is she doing this to make me look weak? Is she doing this to mock me? Is she doing this to offer and then retract the offer, and all the Dornishmen can laugh and go fuck goats? Like, what's going on? Like you can see he's just like not. He's pretty skeptical of it, and it's probably all kind of fair. Like, is she gonna pull me to my feet, and does she have a dagger in the other hand? Right? Like, this is Dornish folk. I killed their blood. Like, but he gives you this long look, um, and then reaches up, and his mailed gauntlet goes into yours, and you are able to help heft him to his feet.
Alas, there is no trick here. And I say to him, "That's the best joust I've ever been in. Well fought."
Nice.
Ah, well ridden, my lady. Uh, you are made of sterner stuff than you look.
I, I almost slipped out of the saddle there on the previous one.
I saw. Well, lucky for both of us, our tips were blunt and our lances light.
Indeed.
Because yeah, you guys would have murdered each other about 4 times during all that, with normal hits, with normal scaling damage, with the way damage works with charges and stuff. You guys were rolling really well. So yeah, that was a pretty solid start to the day of some really good dice. The crowd don't know every little nuance of the math, but you can kind of tell when somebody rolls nothing but 5s and 6s, right? And like that happened a couple times. So everyone's like, yeah, no, that was like that clean home run sound, right? Like the bat just sounds a little different. Like, yeah, everybody watching got that 6 times in a fucking row. So yeah, they were the crowd is digging it.
Nice.
Luke will greet her as she comes back, help her down, the horse up, and hand her her spear back.
Wine, brother. Holy, oh wow, wine.
What it is.
And I go over and I kind of, not slump, but like almost throw myself into the chair.
Ice to widen for her.
Lady Velena gives you a sardonic little toast as you arrive. Lyle Craycall is on his feet. and he was watching from his feet the whole time. He's not pretending to be some aloof, distant lord. He's just like fuck yeah, like he's here to watch stuff. So yeah, he is clapping those giant ham hands together for you. Lord Renly clambers to his feet as you approach and joins in the clapping. Well struck, my lady. Well struck.
Thank you, my lord.
I've never before been so excited to see a Stormlander lose the saddle.
This tournament's been one of firsts for many.
I tug on Septon Jim's like sleeve because I assume he's close to me.
Yeah, he isn't taking one of the seats. That's a little above his position. He's lowborn, like he's not sitting at the fancy seats, but he's standing there as a spiritual advisor to the heir to the house, and also to give him like the best seats to watch. But yeah, so he is still standing, but he's right there next to you.
You see that? Not just the win, but after the wins. That's
It's
what I
hard
want.
to miss.
Yes.
You also notice, Reyna in particular, Beric Dondarrion is cleaning up among his fellow Stormlords. He is absolutely crowing at them and demanding handfuls of coin right now and making a big show of Edric will be watching you if you don't pay by nightfall, right? Like he is making this huge show of like doing the rounds of everyone that gave him shit the other day.
Good.
And yeah, he's gone to war with Baela. He's gonna bet on her against most of the people here today. And yeah, he is absolutely eating it up and having a grand time rubbing his fellow Stormlanders' noses in it. Not Richard Horp himself, who doesn't seem to be of that cut of cloth, right? He tends to not be the light-hearted sort. And of course, he
He's
didn't
earnest.
wager. Yeah, and he didn't wager with the guy that jousted anyway. But yeah, like he's making the rounds with all of them. And Edric is in his wake, grinning and kind of playing along. Playing it up, hands on his hips if somebody hasn't got the coin, and stuff like that.
I love it. I'm so happy. I am super smug.
Yeah, those were. There were 12 dice rolls, and 11 of them were really good. It seemed like, at least from what I heard of your numbers. I know his were almost all sixes and fives he was keeping for almost everything. So it was just like that last roll to stay in the saddle was the trash one. But I'm like, yeah, 11 out of 12 really hot dice rolls to start a day of jousting is gonna lift everyone's spirits some.
Yeah, I had one joust roll that was like 4, 4, 6 that I had to keep.
Yeah, but yeah, like overall, that was fun. I'm glad. I like it when the dice cooperate to tell a pretty cool and dramatic story. And also, thank you for the Destiny Point engagement from chat. My
That's
Twitch,
very helpful.
my Twitch is not working today. Like it's lagging something fierce. We were 5 minutes into the stream and it was still frozen, saying we had 3 minutes before we started. So I just closed Twitch. Something's not running quickly today between all the other shit I've got open. But I did hear that the Lady Baela got a Destiny point from the audience. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And it might have been a different maker, as I recall.
It was a
If not,
different maker.
if not, it was close to it.
Yeah,
So,
I would have
alright.
been I would have been knocked out had it not been for a destiny point.
That destiny point.
Yeah, at that exact moment. Yeah.
So, good stuff. I will say you were bolstered on by the as you were reeling in the saddle from that hit. You looked to one side or the other. Did you see your twin draped in the colors of House Nymerian? In the because it's like the pavilion's got like a tarp and all that. Did you see that to keep you in the saddle the last little bit, or were you looking kind of off to the other side toward the spectators, seeing uh, that knot of reach maidens uh, going and holding their breath?
You've got fan.
Which was it that got you that last little bit?
Um, I think it was the Reach Maidens.
All right, that one was for the girls.
Yeah.
So yeah, and they are losing their shit. Like they're waving like handkerchiefs that they've embroidered and all that, and cheering and jumping up and down and um, you know, girls at a boy band concert type of behavior. They're just shrieking. Um, and it might have helped that Richard Horp is a little bit homely. Like you're not sure that they would all be doing the same thing if that had been Loris Tyrell. You're like, maybe. Maybe might have been a split decision from those particular judges. But against Richard Horp, a not terribly charismatic fellow, they are absolutely all on your side and squealing your name and all that stuff. So you definitely are building a fan club.
Yay!
Baela's babes or something. See, I'm not as good at alliteration as Rusty is.
Next up,
Obviously, they're Baela's bi-curious babes. Come on.
Ah.
what was that?
I said I'll just go.
Fine.
A for effort.
Next up is another reminder that it is day 3, in that this is somebody that would not have been able to challenge without violating etiquette some. But it's also another kind of homely night. He's got thinning hair up top, and you can make out some pox scars despite his thick beard. And his clothing is a little tattered and worn. His mail has some dents and some scuffs and doesn't shine quite like everyone else. And it is Sir Roland Storm, the bastard half-brother of Lord Bryce Caron of Nightsong, who, without hesitation, challenges Lord Bryce Caron of Nightsong with a big grin on his face. And it's a stark contrast. Lord Bryce gets to his feet with a smile. It's not an animosity type of challenge. They get along well enough. But you think that whatever lowborn woman the late Lord Caron lay with, she must have been like a really good cook or something, because these two are very, very starkly different in looks. You're like, she must have been a homely lady. Or perhaps it is a stark condemnation of the differences of how bastards are raised compared to firstborn heirs. But Bryce Caron is handsome and athletic and trim, with that flowing long hair that goes almost to the small of his back, that gleams in the morning sun, with just a few blonde highlights catching the rays, and impeccably clean shaven, and so handsome he's almost pretty. Not quite as much as Loris Tyrell. He's not, he's a dandelion as opposed to a rose, let's say, but then Roland Storm is not any of that, right? Like he's this kind of grizzled piece of meat, and it's most notable in their smiles. The teeth are very different. You're just like, good good thing they get along at least. Like that could be a very resentful bastard, like literally, if Lord Bryce was a dick about it, and it seems like he must not be. And so, uh, brothers leave to do rather good-natured battle. Any particular role play leading up to this one? Everybody was quiet leading up to Baela's, and I want to make sure I give everyone the opportunity, especially when it's NPC on NPC action.
Mm, I don't have anything in particular in mind. I'm just sitting with Reina at the moment.
All right.
I'll be, you know, betting on Bryce.
Yeah, and I'm just going to make sure Baela gets her a nice iced wine and has a chance to relax and take a seat not too far behind the champions and watch the joust.
Yeah, just happening to hang out near them. That's all. It just happens to be there, sniffing Valena Tolan's hair. You know, completely normal stuff.
Hey, hey, hey! The guy I hired to get the sample has not done it yet, so
Sorry, Ash. In my defense, the timing of that was not on purpose. I didn't mean to almost kill you.
Just, I mean, I'm glad that I'm currently not the creepiest out of the siblings. But, I mean, that's changed hands a few times, I think. But
don't worry. I'll take the spotlight of this one. You can relax.
Just chill.
All right. The two brothers square off. And in the first pass, once again, both lances shatter. Both men keep their saddle just fine. You notice, you lot, with your high awarenesses and your decent fighting and animal handlings, you're pretty sure that you would rather joust against Roland Storm, but you would rather fight against Bryce Karen. Bryce Karen seems to be a bit more able and practiced specifically at jousting. Out of character, the difference is that one of them has Tourney Knight and the other one is just a little bit better stats. So that's how things are kind of balancing out here. But yeah, Roland Storm looks like a better warrior, but Bryce Karen is certainly a much more technically proficient jouster, is the difference that you guys can see. The second pass and the third pass just continue to see lances shattering against the colors of House Charon of Nightsong. Lord Bryce, the lawful lord, has black songbirds on a gold field. His brother has that in inverse. So he's got yellow songbirds on a black field, which is pretty common for a way for bastards to do it. And it's just lance after lance after lance busting against the black and yellow, splinters flying, men staying in the saddle. There we go. And in the fourth pass, Lord Bryce is able to adjust the angle of his strike at the last moment, a practiced maneuver that is much easier with a tourney lance than with a war lance or a proper spear. Baela, you definitely know that. And he adjusts it just enough to impact with Sir Roland where he is not necessarily braced. And Roland Storm tumbles from the saddle, and Bryce Karen holds his seat.
nice.
That Turning Knight quality is pretty strong.
Yeah, Roland has some +1s from other stuff, but Bryce Karen has more than +1s from that, and it adds up over time. So, second match of the day, though, is still a pretty solid one. It's good matches. Everybody knows what they're doing. Lances are breaking. Nobody looks inept. The matches don't look unfair. Um, you're not seeing Sir Loris against Elias Sand, right? Like it's been fair fights, and the crowd's digging it. And you see some wineskins getting more openly passed around this morning, and just an even more kind of festival atmosphere is going on today, as everyone's kind of relaxing and enjoying um, the, the 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 camaraderie and the show, um, and it seems to be pretty all good natured stuff. Um, and then let's see here. Who do they want to challenge? Sorry, 1 second. I made lists of people that I think plan to challenge on a given day, but I haven't micromanaged who they plan to challenge because I know as soon as I do that, somebody's gonna lose a joust and it'll be wrong,
Right.
right? Like, so I was able to do a little bit less.
Well, he
prep.
came here because he hates one dude. And he's not there
Yeah.
anymore.
Just out of curiosity, has there been any sign of the mystery night today?
You do see the Mystery Knight in the crowd, wearing their nondescript mail and their full helm.
Just start
and all
shouting random names out and see what he replies to.
Hey,
That's the
Dave!
thing. So there's a lot of common names, so we can narrow it down.
Dan! Dan!
Huh? All right, Dan. We got some info.
I'd like to reference one of the other shows going on right now on this channel and say that it might be Neil, the alien from Coffee.
Oh,
Yeah, he's always in the suit. It could be.
Yeah.
Neil's tight travels.
Yeah, and maybe you just
Didn't
haven't
see that coming.
you haven't seen them for the first couple days of the joust because they were busy mating.
Oh. I
Who
mean,
knows?
In a lot of ways, that's what
What
the show's about.
I mean, good for them if they're able to like pull that quickly.
All right. Up next, let's go with Sir Parman Crane of Red Lake.
Huh.
Makes his way through the small crowd of knights and lords.
The noise you made, Felicia. I was like, "Ah." That dick.
Unimpressed.
And he kind of looks over his shoulder. I don't want to say quite resentfully, but you can tell that he's being goaded on, right? He has been told to do something, either because he has lost a wager, or because a wager hangs in the balance, or something like that. He is not walking with the confidence and grace that you have seen before. He doesn't look trepidatious. He's not afraid. He's just kind of, it looks
Resigned.
like whatever he's about to do looks unpleasant or perhaps distasteful to him.
Is Mary is Mary visible at the moment? Do we get a sense that this is her doing?
Mary is. She is standing rather noticeably with the gaggle of other Reach maidens and ladies, because they're all turning and talking to one another, and giggling behind fans, or that sort of thing. And she is standing there with her hands on her hips, staring at Sir Parman Crane. And he crosses the distance the last little bit, and gives a nod / bow to the kind of middle of the champion seats, which happens to be Lord Renly Baratheon, like the highest ranked person there. But you can tell it's meant as a gesture to all of you. He turns and gives a respectful and courtly bow towards the middle seat of the family viewing box, where Rhaena is sitting because Lord Maekar is not in attendance. And he holds that bow and lifts his head during it to rather. Felicia's on call, so she's a hospice nurse. I don't remember how many people on stream know that. Uh, she's a hospice nurse. She's on call this weekend. They're also trying to figure out the logistics. They have their first patient that's in a COVID facility, and they're having to figure out how to handle that
Oh wow.
with the extra layer of like legal stuff on top of just medical stuff. So, unfortunately, she has to go and poop because I was really hoping she was going to see this part. Um, it's almost 4. It's almost our midpoint. Let's go ahead and take our break. And then I can check in with her. We'll see if she's going to have to go to work or not. And that'll give us a few minutes. Because, spoiler, just because this is what's going to happen either way, Parman Crane's going to fight a girl. And he's going to make
Kind
sure
of saw this coming.
he's going to make sure that Rhaena knows that she is the reason why. So I don't want Felicia to have to miss out on Parman Crane grudgingly challenging Valena Toland. So let's go ahead and take our usual midstream break because it's pretty close to that time anyway. I'll go check in with her. We'll see what's going on. When we get back, we're going to have a joust either way. But we'll just say this is them cutting to a commercial just as his lance jabs at the shield hanging over Valena Toland's head. All right, so we'll see everybody in a couple minutes. And welcome back, everybody. Why was you making that face?
I was being silly.
All right, well, no silliness allowed. It is a Westerosi weekend, and we are all business here. That's why we're wearing business socks.
Yeah,
And
Rusty.
we are
I'm wearing.
going, we are getting right back in it. Um, as we cut to black, Sir Parman Crane of Red Lake was donking the shield of the Lady Valena Toland of Ghost Hill. He looks reluctant to do so, but like resigned. You can tell that this Reach Knight still isn't super eager to pick a fight with a woman, much less, I mean, a non-knight. But he's apparently been rather harshly lectured by his sister that, like, no, you need to do things here the Dornish way. And with Mary, who knows? Maybe she was like, "You do something Dornish, or I will." Right, and then like was threatening to walk around dressed in Dornish clothes all day, or like who knows? Um,
That would be
but
awful. Just
I
awful.
don't hate this.
right,
Right?
nobody but Parman would really, but boy would he. Uh, so yeah, who knows exactly how she put him up to it, but Sir Parman Crane, and perhaps he's also spurred on by Richard Horp also fighting a Dornish woman today. Like it's starting to get a little bit normalized here in this tourney, at least. But yes, there you have it. And the Lady Velena, as she tends to do, and you're not sure, maybe she just doesn't even have any wine left in there. Maybe she just keeps one little sip always ready in the bottom for her to swirl right before a joust and go, well then, and like down the rest of it cinematically. Like that'd be the smart play.
Yeah.
Um, but she does it again. Her pre-fight ritual, as she goes, well then. And then, but like she upends it, and then like thumps it down, matter of factly, and she goes, "Don't worry, little bird. I won't bite in the tourney." And you're not sure if she's doing it to rattle Parman Crane, or if she's doing it to rattle Lucaris Nymerian. But there's definitely a playful glint in her eye, and a
By the way,
playful.
I'm gonna go and sit down by Rada.
Sure, there's room up there aplenty. No
Yeah,
one else.
She's got an area effect flirt attack.
So the riders will square off. Once again, one of them has tourney night, the other one has a little bit better stats. We shall see how things will go. Is anyone role playing with anyone in particular to set up wagers? Again, just keep track of your own wagers in terms of money. Just are you looking for like an icebreaker or something like that?
Well, Reyna, how's your day going?
Quite well, brother. What? Why did you flee to my skirts?
At the moment, they're the safest skirts I know.
Damn,
Alright.
just fake praise there.
It would be nice, young Sir Luke, if they were the only skirts you knew, says Septon Jim, with a bit of a playful look in his eye, like he knows it's too late. You can't put the horse back in the barn. He's never really tried to be particularly pious with you lot, but he's making a big show of like sternly crossing his arms and stuff like that.
Well, yes, that ship has sailed, sunk, and scuttled its cargo.
It's an unfortunate tale, but it's true. It's true.
Well, I am quite sure that she'll be fine and that she'll be just as confident, whatever the outcome.
At the moment, she's not the one I'm the most afraid of.
Really? Is it
You don't
the
fear the hunting dog. You fear the hunt master who set them loose.
Oh, I see.
My eyes shift to Meredith Crane.
Okay, my phone's ringing again. I'm sorry.
Oh, awful timing. Felicia is just doomed not to get to watch this one. Um, so yeah, the woes of being a hospice nurse that's on call. The good news is every time she has to like do stuff, we get more money. So because she's like super salaried manager lady, but she still gets like on call bonuses if she has to go in. So, you know, it could be worse. Like a lot of salaried people wouldn't have that part. Um, but yeah,
Tell me,
uh,
I gotta call after hours. Okay, that's half an hour minimum.
yeah. Um, and one thing I try to tell myself, and this is a life lesson for kind of everybody, is like if she does get crisis called in over a weekend, like I'm not having the worst day. Like out of all the parties
Right.
involved, if somebody's calling a hospice nurse to rush to their house, I'm not the victim here, right? And that sometimes helps me, a little bit of perspective. Is that like someone else is having a
Always
really
healthy.
worse day? So I try to think like that a lot of other times too. Like if you're stuck in traffic because of a wreck, like your day
Yeah,
isn't the bad one,
yeah,
you
you're
know?
not the one having the worst day here. It's
Yeah. So I find that kind of helps a little bit sometimes, and everything that helps any of us a little bit sometimes in 2020 is worth sharing with your friends.
Yeah.
So let's go watch a knight fight a lady. They are both, of course, appropriately resplendent in their respective armors. Velena Toland is in that the gold and green. Most of her armor is it's not like a Jamie Lannister style like all gold, but it's where it isn't the color of simple steel. It's got a few gold highlights and some green enamel type of stuff. So it's still a striking color combination in her war game army. Um, and for his part, I don't. Yeah, okay. Parman Crane did joust. You guys did potentially see him jousting at King's Landing. I don't remember who he went up against, but he's in the blue and gold. So they're both looking kind of chivalrous and jousty, right? Like nobody's in a super grim color scheme. Neither of them are particularly violently uh, reputed. Like neither of them is like a killer that's gonna, go for someone's horse. Neither of them look very sinister. They both look kind of bright and colorful and tourney appropriate. Um, and he's not hugely larger than her. He is, average for a knight, and like many reach knights, they tend to get by more on practice and technique than brawn. And she is, a bit larger than average for a woman, uh, rather like Luke's sisters, and less so than Aunt Elia, but got them shoulders, and stuff. So it's looking like a pretty iconic matchup of flashing colors and waving banners and charging horses and shattering lances. As in the first pass, both lances break, um, and the riders continue past one another, barely missing a stride, even. Um, and you can see as his horse is is wheeling around at the end of the lane, and they both kind of stop for a moment and gather themselves and get their new lances. Uh, Sir Parman, uh, actually, you could see his whole helmeted head nod, like, okay, I have to take this seriously. All right, I don't have to feel bad for this. Like, she didn't die. No one is
he got
challenging
it.
me to
He
a
got it
duel,
just now.
right? So he's like, all right, let's try this again. And it
A
might,
moment of wokeness.
uh, and and a moment later, yeah, and you see her give him a little nod in return, like, yeah, you do, or maybe a nod of mutual respect. It's hard to tell, but you know which way you'd bet if you were to wager on the expressions beneath those war helms. The second pass is also fairly equal. Sir Parman is a little more seated, a little lower in the saddle on the second one, a little more concerned with the impact. The Lady Velena maintains a fairly neutral stance, just well balanced between offense and defense. Um, and yeah,
Uh,
second pass
by the
goes
way,
well.
Rusty, Luke is watching politely, applauding, but he is channeling Gannett's disinterest in everything that happens around to be as neutral as possible.
Oh
Gotcha,
my!
gotcha.
That's just an added amusing spectacle for us. I'm just watching Luke try to look demure.
On the third pass, Sir Parman reels in the saddle, the definite loser of that back and forth.
Damn.
And he is
Yeah.
close to tumbling. Um,
I
she,
mean,
she, she pretty resoundingly hit him. His lance still breaks, but she doesn't seem to notice it. In a way, she's doing that sort of just riding right through it. She is under little threat. And that time he actually twists in the saddle. One foot leaves a stirrup as his hips get unaligned from the saddle seat, etc., etc. Um, and then on the fourth pass,
I'm so sorry. I missed 3 passes.
you did. The first two were fairly even. There were kind of grudging nods of respect exchanged after the first pass.
Good.
In the third pass, Sir Parman Crane almost twisted out of the saddle. Like his hips got cocked out of alignment with the saddle horn, etc. One foot left the saddle, but he's able to rather expertly hook the saddle with that flailing leg and cling to it enough, and then brace with his other foot in the stirrup and heave himself back upright. Um, and you hear the collected gasp and exhale of the crowd as he makes it to the end of the lane and hauls himself back up. And this time, like he pauses and actually slaps his visor open, um, and takes a second to kind of catch his breath. And the Lady Velena very pointedly tips her lance to him in a kind of sign of respect and patience as he and his borrowed squire, Alan Ambrose, has been put to work, is fixing the twisted stirrup and helping him get properly seated again, because nobody wants an equipment malfunction to be the deciding factor in a joust. And so they pass once more, and this time Sir Parman Crane not only takes matters seriously, which you could tell he kind of didn't in the first pass, and then he was riding pretty defensively in the second pass, but in the third one, either spurred on by the spirit of competition or by the impending sense of shame if he should fall, you can see him loom high in the saddle, and he braces his feet in those stirrups again, and puts more emphasis on, I need to hit her hard, which hasn't been his focus prior. He's been riding either
Mood.
braced or defensive, and it pays off on this pass. And he knocks the Lady Velena Toland from the saddle
Oh man!
on their fourth pass.
What was that again, Rusty?
He was calling her by her mother's name.
Yeah,
we both
he-
did it. I'm innocent
I-
now.
Okay, I think I'm keeping track of more people than you.
That's fair. Consider that as well, but
So yes, the heir to Ghost Hill tumbles from the saddle, um, and you can tell from the sidelines, those of you that have jousted, which is all of you, at least some, at least practiced. She works really hard at springing up quickly. Like almost anyone, including you, including her, had to wait for a rumbly big ass engine to go by. Almost anyone that took a hit like that and hits the ground that squarely
Ugh.
um, would take a second to catch their breath. She makes a point of not doing so. She springs up and to her feet in a way that you lot haven't seen since the tourney in King's Landing, where you had to hurry back upright and get ready for combat. And she kind of makes a point of not being broken by that hit, not needing to lay on the ground and collect herself, etc., etc. And maybe it's to show him that she is uninjured and he doesn't need to like feel bad, right? Because maybe Sir Parman would have a heart attack if he made it to the end of the row and turned his horse around and saw her still just lying there, not moving,
He would feel
right?
awful.
Right, like he would kill himself in front of everyone, right? So but she makes a big point of springing back to her feet and looking hale and hearty. Um, and then he does not do a victory lap. There's no high stepping reach warhorse prancing by to impress everyone with his hoofwork um, and to soak in the adulation. Instead, he makes a point of dismounting and walking over uh, to meet her on foot as something akin to an equal. And he removes his helmet on his way over, and you can see that he's got a fairly rueful look on his face. My lady, I thought you had me on the third pass. I knew that if I did not end it with a fourth, I would not survive a fifth. And she takes her helmet off too, uh, and gives him a nod. I would have seen to it you did not, sir. Well struck, well struck. You hit harder than most reach knights, I've been led to believe. And with a bit of mutual respect, but hers having a little bit of a jab in it that most of the crowd can't hear, just you guys are all pretty close. She then turns and towards the crowd and removes her like the sash ribbon thing wrapped around her arm and offers it to him. And the crowd cheers her because she rocked pretty hard. Holding against Red Ronnet Connington is no mean feat. He is a knight known for backing up his braggadocio. So, no shame on either side, but you lot have a new champion to sit with.
Yay! I think she'll. I think she's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I look at Luke.
So, sister, how has this affected your disposition towards Sir Parman?
It is vastly improved. I can appreciate a man who recognizes when he has misstepped.
You admitted you were wrong, so it's fine.
Did
He rode very well.
did the lad offer the lady or the heir to Ghost Hill some offense? Perhaps when drinking or dancing? Last I'd heard, Sir Parman was not the sort, except in Jim just kind of is part of whatever
Absolutely
conversation.
not. He would
wants.
never.
Well, a well-intentioned misstep in implying that jousting against a woman would be unsporting. No, it wasn't. It was hunting, wasn't it? That was what it was.
Yeah, it was a concern that the women wouldn't be safe without some men along.
Yes, he expressed concern about the ladies riding in the upcoming hunt unattended, and he chose his words a little ill-advisedly.
While talking to me.
I guess I feel his challenger was chosen very specifically.
Yes, he said it in Reina's presence, which made it doubly damning.
Ah, so the boy is more accurate with a lance than with his mouth, I see.
It would seem so.
Yes, yes.
Still, I've heard mostly good things about the lad.
He seems broadly a good egg.
He's a good-natured sort. And
He certainly seems to be better-natured at this tourney than he was at King's Landing. He was rather distracted, as I recall.
It has been some years since I've been to the city, but I remember it as being a distracting place, particularly before I took my vows.
Indeed, Septon Gem.
indeed.
And you could see that Mary darts through the crowd to give Parman a big-ass hug, and, like, probably would have whether he lost or not, just because he, like, went through with it. And they hug, and he, like, holds her up for a second with it, which you can tell is probably some hug tradition because she kicks her feet squealing girlishly, and then he lets her down, and then she immediately goes back to lecturing him. Like, I told you so. See, you cannot underestimate us. If only you would let me use a lance as well, I could do that to you back home at Red Lake anytime I pleased. And, right, like, just immediately tears into him in a good-natured, naggy sister sort of way. But it's an immediate I told you so that anyone with siblings recognizes. And press F to pay your respects.
Sister, brother, if you'll excuse me.
You're excused.
But we're going to be watching.
Gets out opera glasses.
We're watching.
Where's Luke going?
I'm gonna go find Valina.
All right. She is over there with the cranes for the moment, kind of waiting.
Okay, that's the only place I don't want to talk to her at. I will wait.
And she's gathering up a few of, like, the things that she had over by the champion seat, yada yada, and is making kind of a show of not storming off and sulking after losing. You know what I mean? Like, not just vanishing into the tents and brooding all day. But yeah, so she's over there for the moment, and then she heads over towards the Dornish contingent. And you can see that they are giving Lord Tremond a bit of a hard time, and then including her into it. And they're like, oh, this must be where the Dornish losers assemble, type of thing, as they're standing with Elia within earshot, and Obara puts a hand on her shoulder. But Lord Tremond is flushing in the face like he's probably been getting crapped on for a while from this, because again, he was one of the first losers of the tourney.
He's doing his best.
So, you know, it's just all these folk giving each other a hard time, as they are wont to do.
Is this where the Dornish losers are gathering? Because I believe I'm part of that as well.
Well, it is now, Elia calls out with her hands on her hips like it's your fault. Like now there's a gathering of them. And yeah, everybody's, you know, just kind of joshing around a little bit. Once again, you lot can see Beric Dondarrion raking in the coin, this time making his way through the Reach contingent, which again is pretty intermingled with the Stormlanders by this point. And he's treating them exactly like he does his neighbors and best friends, right? Like, it's the same exact sort of smugness. And he's like, I told you, I've seen the woman go to war. And you know, lots of them weren't there. So he's just going through, taking coin from everybody.
I told you, we gotta be careful around them now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Use lances too.
Actually, no, because she lost. Never mind.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm super confused there.
yeah, sorry. I forgot that. So never mind. He is ruefully handing out a few coins.
Oh, he lost.
Yeah, because I forgot. Because
Aw.
he bet on her. Um, my bad. My bad. I just read the wrong line. I had not unbolded her name yet. Gave away the secret to my notes.
I, I really, I
We
lost.
figured it out.
I thought she was a shirt.
Felicia's gonna sneak in here and bold a bunch of stuff to fucking throw me off. I actually have a code in my list of knights and lords for what bold means versus italicized versus underlined, for various factions and like flags and keywords and like which ones are single, like I made this harder than I had to. So yeah, having a person
Release
bolded out of place sent my whole world tumbling down.
Release the files, Rusty. The people deserve to know.
Ah,
Crack the code. Can you crack the code?
but her emails. Um, that was an unhealthy sounding noise.
It was a whole lot of emotions coming out at once.
Yeah, it was like all the air being sucked from the room.
All right. Let's see here. 1 second.
It was just a brazen ploy to get a list of single men. That's
Yeah, that would be a potentially useful file.
it.
All right. Next up, since the camera's kind of on the Dornish contingent, let's go with a Dornishman, Sir Ryan Illyrian, who also rode to war with you lot, and who you may recall is wed to the former lady Enos Ironwood, daughter of
Right.
former Lord Ironwood. Now, of course, she's a devout Illyrian. They both made a point of showing up, you may recall, for the siege and Anders' Folly, etc., etc. So there's certainly loyalty is not a question, but he does head over and he eyes Baela's shield for a pretty long time, and you can tell he's looking from Baela's to Renly Baratheon's. Like, the Dornishman doesn't know which feels more Dornish. Good-naturedly challenging your host and showing respect to the lady that led the army you fought in, or this might be my only chance to attack the Lord of the Stormlands without, getting in trouble for it.
Yeah, playing that ancient rival, especially because House Illyrian is a marcher house as well. I think.
And you can tell that Lord Renly is kind of in on it, and that he can tell this look as he's going back and forth. He goes, "You're wondering, aren't you, just how dirty you might get my armor?" He goes, "What do you say, Lady Baela? Which of us would be better sport for him?" And Sir Ryan seems content to just stand there in inscrutable silence and listen as you two perhaps banter a bit.
Well, my lord, you haven't seen as much action yet so far. Perhaps you might get some dirt on those very fine clothes and that very fine armor.
Sir Ryan, I would be a larger target if you are uncertain of your aim. And he says it in a way that somehow isn't an insult. Like a Stormlander saying that to a Dornishman could get someone's whole family murdered, right? Like that has happened in the past. And instead, you lot who are close enough to tell can see that Sir Ryan is fighting like not to grin. And instead, he's just kind of enjoying the show of deciding which is which, and you're also not sure who the Corgyle brothers were egging him on to challenge, or who they may have tried to call dibs on before their fellow Dornishmen. He's got a little bit more status with them than they do. It may have told which of them were kind of trying to call dibs before he came over. Um, and after a long moment, he reaches out and he picks up one of the tourney lances, and still looking at you two's, jabs it off to one side into the shield of Lyle Crakehall.
Oh.
And he goes, "There, let no man call me coward." And then he kind of claps his hands together to dust them off, and heads off to go get his horse. And Crakehall kind of wasn't even paying attention for a bit. He
Let it all
saw
come out.
he saw that the guy was looking back and forth between anybody but him. Whatever, I don't care. There's pretty girls over there. There's wine right here. Damn, it's hot in Dorne. How does anybody focus? And then, some sport. And he stands up, and since Sir Ryan has walked away already, he's like, "I heard he's fathered a bastard that squires for your uncle," and you can say he's looking your way, Baela. "And I've heard that Damon boy is supposed to be hell with a blade."
Lord Renly saying that to me?
No, this is Lyle Crakehall. Ryan Illyrian is the father of Damon Sand, the Red Viper's squire, who is known to be one of the best swords in Dorne. So it sounds like Crakehall is trying to kind of locker room affably size up his opponent with maybe the only thing he knows about Ryan Illyrian.
Okay, I'll confirm his talk and say, yeah, you might be thankful you'll be staying upon the horse for this joust.
I don't suppose you've heard that father and son are shit with a lance, eh? Well, just my luck. And he just kind of good-naturedly stomps off. And you can tell he's not, worried particularly. It was just he might have gotten notes from Lord Tywin saying, "Don't embarrass us," right? With, a brief line of text on each knight that might be in attendance, or, so he doesn't seem particularly concerned. Just kind of, like I said, some non-grotesque locker room talk. Just kind of psyching himself up before a match, talking to other competitors. And he starts away towards his horse, and he goes, "Wait, almost forgot." And he reaches for his flagon and downs the last of his wine. He says, "That's been working more often than it hasn't for us. Might as well." And off he goes. And to look at them, Lyle Crakehall is certainly the favorite here. Because again, like several other looming beasts that you lot have seen, with great big shoulders and powerful chests and arms, he's also not stupid or simple. He may kind of good-naturedly come off that way and play it up, but you saw him tilt, he knows what he's doing, and you've seen him sparring in the mornings with everyone else. And nobody here is fighting 3 athletics 7 or some shit, right? Nobody is the the blacksmith's son that's huge but simple type of stuff. They all know how to use their size too, and that's a problem in Westeros. If they're big and well trained, it's well, shit, now what? So Crakehall looks comfortable, a horse. And remember, his is this huge kind of draft horse looking thing that you've seen similar breeds in the jousts at King's Landing, including one in the Squire's joust that was carrying Oris throughout. So he's got this just whole contrast of even the horse is bigger, so he's sitting up a little higher, and also he is bigger. Uh, and it's not like Ryan Illyrian's a small man, but at a pretty clear glance, it looks like Kraykall is the favorite. Um, you can still see the Westerlands contingent uh, kind of making their way through the Dornishmen. And Lannister gold, nothing gleams as bright as gold from the Westerlands, friend. And trying to kind of hype everybody up and take a few wagers. So you can still place bets either way, depending upon your mood. And without further ado, then the two of them will clash. Oof. Okay. Uh, Already not the favorite. The dice are not on the side of Sir Ryan Illyrian. He does not quite fall from the saddle, but it is a close thing. It is a very one-sided clash initially, with him reeling significantly more than Lyle Kraykall from that impact. And you can see the Sir Ryan shaking his head at the end of the lane, either what the hell was I doing, or trying to clear his head after taking a hit that clearly rung his bell. And so, the second pass. Sir Ryan 2, Electric Boogaloo, back with a vengeance. This time it's personal. Sir Ryan goes high in the saddle this time, and almost matches the height and angle of the strong boar. And this one is, if not a draw, this pass favored Sir Ryan, actually. Looks like he placed his lance just a bit more accurately, or perhaps just higher and with a different angle than the strong boar was expecting. It's not nearly as dramatic and close a fall, but it looks like he may have gotten a little bit the better of the strong boar. On the third pass, the planets realign, the gravity goes back to normal, and the laws of physics once again take over, and the strong boar knocks Sir Ryan from the saddle.
Oh,
You can tell that he rode the third time kind of hunkered down and braced and concerned about taking another hit from Sir Ryan like that. So kind of a sign of respect to his foe, that he was definitely bracing against the impact on that third pass. But Sir Ryan may have just kind of overextended with his aggression, and the strong boar is the victor.
I'm not sure we're gonna get the strong boar out of that chair. I think that's his chair now.
I don't think we're going to get Lord Renly out of that chair either.
Next up, you lot see a rather familiar suit of armor making its way through the crowd. And as the looming figure draws near, you can see them putting on their helmet. Perhaps they've gotten within some invisible estimated line of proximity to their chosen foe, but the looming knight makes a point of hiding his black bearded face as Sir Oris the Aurochs approaches,
Oh,
and without pause or hesitation, and with an unreadable expression on
I got
Where that's going.
his very carefully undercover hidden face, he thumps his lance into the shield
no.
of Lord Renly Baratheon,
I
Of course he does.
knew it.
Of
his
course he fucking
uncle.
does. Oh. Okay.
Oh
At
man.
some point, Adam needs to teach him what subtlety is.
And the
I
problem
love
Well,
is that
like he would listen to Adam about
You-
anything.
you couldn't see
No.
what look was on his face first, because the camera did that slow pan as the looming boots, like the camera slowly went up his body, and you couldn't make it out until he was slapping the helmet into face. Was he grim and determined? Is he fighting a grin? Is he just wanting to test the metal of his blood? Is he just trying to push the limits of what Willie Will told him to do in proximity to either of his uncles? Who knows? And you know Oris would only answer with an inscrutable grunt.
I'm going to interrupt you right here. There has been a destiny point given to Oris.
He doesn't need it.
Okay. I, as GM, will spend that destiny point for Oris to add a detail or complication to the scene. Instead of just keeping some dice, Lord Stannis Baratheon,
Oh, no.
master of ships, has
Dad, you
finished,
betrayed us, finally.
has finished whatever morning plans he had,
No, you inadvertently fucked him.
Oh.
and has shown to the joust, clambering wordlessly up into the high status viewing box,
This is
and then
fine.
very stiffly saying, "Good morning, Lady Rhaena, Lord."
Have a name.
I cut myself off because the next one are Septon's brothers or fathers, or is it like father is
Brother.
higher rank than brother? Like, it just occurred to me, I don't remember.
Like generals, like unless it's the High Septon, it's brother.
I think it's brother. Yeah, like that's where I was leaning, but so yeah, he just kind of gruffly says, morning, 7 blessings, Lady Rhaena, Lord Addam, brother Jim, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And then he lowers himself into his chair and is looking just in time to see Lord Renly has a bit of a, well, okay. I was going to say he has a bit of a queer expression on his face, but I didn't want it to be a joke. He has an unreadably pleasant expression. You can tell he keeps a pleasant expression on his face very pointedly throughout this tourney. But you can tell it's maybe a little forced. And it could be like, holy shit, that kid's big, right? Like, that's perfectly fair. Because Oris is one of the few people here that might be a little bit larger than Renly, and is. In that he has the massive trait and Renly doesn't, but they're both supposed to be, the size of. But it could be a moment of, what the fuck are you doing? Didn't anyone tell you?
I told him.
That we
I
couldn't be doing
told him
this?
several times.
And it's like, holy fuck, am I gonna be the one that gets in trouble with the Queen of Thorns for this? And like, with Lord Maekar, like, are they gonna blame me? Who knows? Like, it's or maybe the expression is, well done, nephew, you are your father's son. Right? Like, it could just be that. Like, yeah, no, this confirms it, you dumb fuck. Like all right. So it's, you can't tell. You can tell that there is something.
Who says they don't have paternity tests in Westeros?
Yeah. So you can tell that there is something behind Renly's blue eyes as he kind of holds still for a moment, and then the smile is back in full force. He goes, well, let's see if the tradition holds. And he downs his wine, and you can tell there was a lot in that one. This wasn't a cinematic, last thoughtful swirl and sip that the heir to Ghost Hill did to look nonchalant about every tilt. This is, for whatever reason, Renly has decided he needs that goddamn drink before standing up.
Oh god. Yeah, Adam's soul is leaving his body right now. It's like, oh, no, just, oh.
And you lot, Stannis has had a seat, and he's sitting, with his arm on the armrest, and he's like, as he just sits down, he's going like tap, 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 tap. And then he sees what's happening, and it's like tap, tap, tap. And he just balls his hand into a tense fist. That's the only sign of anything that he gives. He doesn't open his heart to any of you and talk about anything. He doesn't, but you could just tell his whole body goes taut as a wound crossbow, right?
Drawn and to come by. He's like a young Robert, he is. And then,
oh no, just no.
Dad stared at him.
If anyone comes by and tries to say that, I'm going to just stab them. Adam Carey does have a dagger on him at most times, so he's not great with it, but will stab someone if he has to.
Adam launches out of the seats. Die!
Oh no! Right, so just quick kind of logistical question: like, how close to Rhaena and I has Stannis sat? Is he like right next to us?
Yeah, he's gonna be in the the next closest seat of honor type of thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm picturing like Rhaena's in the middle, you're at her right, where like normally it would be Grandpa Makar and Rhaena at his right, but you as the other sibling are
man, I was almost
at
right
her
there.
right, and then like Stannis takes the seat to her left, because it's like the next highest status, and a member of the family is not there to claim it. I'm just kind of making all this up as I go, but it makes sense.
He's kind of got rank on everyone else anyway.
Right. So, but yeah, so he's right there sitting on the other side of Rhaena from you.
I take it okay, I'm confused where the section is now.
Jim is he's like standing behind the chairs.
Oh, okay.
He is lowborn, so he has not taken a seat. He's just hanging out with you guys all day, basically, without quite sitting down or being formally invited to do so. He's like, I'm a spiritual advisor, and just happens to have a really good seat as long as he's standing close to you guys.
Okay, I'm just kind of gauging like when I'm going to slide round to the other side and try and talk to him, and I don't think now is a good time.
Now is not a good time.
So, speaking of your brother's infidelity,
No, we're just gonna. Yay, Oris!
So he gets a perhaps somewhat winded "Yay, Oris" from Rhaena. What is Adam's response?
I guess it would be weird not to cheer for your nominal squire, now knight.
Adam's conflicted about this, because he's still a bit upset with Oris, but is also, still in love with him. So there's a lot of conflict going on there, and also just Stannis is right there, and he's jousting fucking Renly, and like basically he's hearing the echoes of his promise to Lady Olenna that he would keep Oris away from the king and anyone king adjacent, and how miserably he's failed in that task.
Just super bad. Like, the only way you could mess up more is if you took him to Robert and had Robert knight him.
Now, in fairness, that was your fault.
Yeah, I'm helping you out here.
So
our failures are cumulative and not exclusive.
Alright, okay. So Adam is very conflicted and anxious right now. and probably not going to bet on this one because it's one would probably not be great form right now because he really wants Stannis in a good mood when he talks to him. So, and I'm pretty sure Stannis isn't really one for gambling, so trying to use that as an icebreaker would probably go badly.
Come on, Stannis in a
Invite him
good
to a
mood. Yeah,
brothel.
kill him.
Go. Let's...
Stannis is not going to be in a good mood today, I don't think, after this.
You know, I really should have like tried to get him earlier because I didn't envisage this happening. Because I thought Oris was at least a little bit smarter than this.
This was the best
Oh,
Destiny
we
point I
agree.
ever spent. And
Yes.
it's happening for a reason.
I played myself. I am a fool in a man's shoes.
The Stannis edition Destiny point was great, but this happening is also the result of some Iron Throne bit and cheer and subscription shenanigans. So you guys just have chat to thank for all of what this is doing to Ash's blood pressure. Really.
So, by the way, I
Chat.
feel like you should always be able to spend a Destiny point to have Stannis show up randomly and disapprove.
Right? Yeah. That's his special attack.
In the Summer Isles somewhere, towards the Destiny point, Stannis comes out of the jungles.
As Luke drunkenly stumbles out of the Summer Islander brothel, he sees Stannis just happening by in the street, shaking his head with stern disapproval.
Addam is in turmoil, but is doing it quietly. Probably did a similar downing of the drink.
To make something official, have you lot told any other NPCs? Or is it Grandfather Makar for certain, Bessa of Fleabottom, Woolly Will? Like, have you guys opened it up to anyone?
What, like Oris's parentage?
Right. Even in an attempt to go like, hey, so keep them apart. Because, like, I could see Reyna
Yeah, I
perhaps
have it.
asking Barracks help with that or something. So I just want to find out. And I could see not doing so as well. I just wanted to make it official,
Right.
see if
Right.
anyone has told any NPCs.
I have not enlisted, like Barracks help or anyone's help in that sort of thing, and I have not told him.
Okay.
I don't think it needs a lot of telling at this point. I mean,
Well, not how bad we are at keeping secrets.
I know, right?
Oh, right.
Speak for yourself.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I hadn't told anyone.
She's just looking smug because she didn't do
Yeah.
any of this.
From Baela's perspective, the danger of being in King's Landing and having it all kind of come out there was more apparent. Here, she doesn't care as much, but she's not telling people. It's just sort of like if it comes up, if people find out, that's fine, but it's not her business, so she doesn't interject.
So it's like Cersei isn't likely to murder him here, but we're still not just going to tell people, and especially we're not going to tell them the whole story in order to whatever. Okay.
Yeah, it's just not important. Like it doesn't matter. And
So she's not
Speaking
going out of her
secret
way
identity.
about it.
yeah, she's not super gossipy. Plus, it's kind of like a big deal and not her thing to talk about. So she doesn't. And having been previously told not to talk about it, it's more of like it's not for me to say anything.
Right. Addam has definitely not told anyone. And certainly hasn't really talked about it outside of the people who already know. Because he considers that to be several people too many already. He's been actively trying to stop that number going up. He is very conscious of that number going up being a dangerous thing. However, there is a potential for the number to have gone up, but it kind of relies on someone being indiscreet, and putting two and two together, because Addam did mention in his letter to the former Alison Royce, in his letter, he didn't mention who Oris's dad was. He just mentioned that Oris had been angry with his dad, and definitely had to mention that like he was a friend of her son Oris. So if Lord Grafton did not guard that letter properly and someone else read it and was able to put, like join the dots, someone could potentially have learned the secret that way, but that's the only way that it could come from Addam at all.
I didn't think that any of you would have told anyone. I just wanted to make sure. So yeah, you notice most of the crowd is just going, "Oh, he's a big one," right? And oh, look at that. Is he taller than Renly? And then almost as tall as Renly. No, taller, right? And that sort of thing. And people are commenting on his size. And they're like, "That's the fairest fight, unless Craykall jabbed Lord Renly's shield," and stuff like that. And that seems to be it. Most people are just kind of boisterously tossing wagers on. What? Go ahead.
I said it looks like it should shape up to be quite the contest, and that's what we should focus on. Quite the contest.
Nothing else.
Yep. Baela's down, like on the side where, like the riders sort of like gather themselves before doing the joust, because that ends near the champion's tent, and she's pretty chuffed to see this joust, just because the raw like size and power of Oris and the talent and strength of Lord Renly. So yeah, she's pretty excited to see how this shakes out.
Addam is going to surreptitiously, but like definitely, kind of take Rhaena's hand and squeeze it.
Rena will squeeze back, give you a look at the corner of her eye.
This is your chance. If you guys both tackle Stannis, you can probably take him.
I don't think we could.
I think that's the opposite of what we want. That would be bad. Let's not have another civil war right now.
Right
now.
today? Yeah.
We've already had one kind of recently. It would be greedy.
I agree. Not right now.
So in the crowd, you see boisterous Stormlanders kind of falling all over themselves to bet on behalf of their liege lord, because they know Renly. Many of them have jousted against him. They know how big he is, and he's their liege lord. You see Sir Balin Swan just waving people off, and no, like he just nope, not getting in on that action. You see Beric Dondarrion cutting through the crowd, cheerfully betting on Oris to win. Like he's more willing to openly bet against Lord Renly. He has seen Oris fight more than any of them but Sir Balin, and he's a little less restrained than Sir Balin, who's just like, "I'm not going to bet against my lord, but if I was going to bet, I would," right?
Yeah.
Type of vibe. But most of these Stormlanders weren't paying any fucking attention to the Squire's joust. And in the trial by 7, Oris wasn't a famous one to be watching in that fight with so many other people going on. So even the ones that were in King's Landing haven't really seen Oris in action, except for Balin and Beric, who were also there for like the day of the 100 slaying, right? Like seeing them on an actual battlefield also, because the rest of them weren't there for that.
I killed Bitty Man. Yeah,
So,
whatever.
Yeah. Balin Swan is just staying kind of reserved and mature, and sticking to the chivalrous code of not hoping his liege lord loses by wagering.
Eric's over there. I got the bigger
Barrick,
one.
yeah, Barrick is just affably taking bets on the Aurochs, um, and just I've seen the lad fight. Knighted by the king, he was. Come on, good coin, and just kind of hamming it up. I think maybe Barrick's had a little bit to drink most of this tourney,
Yeah.
because it's Dondarrion at a tourney. Um, so, who is betting? Any of you?
I'm not betting. I'm not twitching. I'm
I
not
heard it.
throwing status
I heard a couple of you
anything.
say that you're not. I just wanted to give an opportunity.
Yeah, like I think Adam is making the what I would consider a sound political decision to not to stay out of this one. There's too much insult could be dealt out. Similarly to Bale and Sworn, is like if I was going to bet in a particular direction, I would bet on Oris, but it sitting right next to Stannis right now and wanting to be on his good side means that I should not do that.
Gotcha. Luke, are you slinging some coin around?
No, I'm cool. I'm just gonna see what happens.
And Baela, she's just excited, or is she excited enough to wager?
She would like to wager, but she's made a point while being a current champion to not place wagers. Even when like her brother was jousting and such, just while a sitting champion, she wasn't going to wager on anyone.
Yeah, she did mention that earlier.
And
All right.
I would like to wager on Oris here, but she doesn't. But she talks up the match to those around her, like, oh yeah.
Yeah, and people are looking forward to it. You can tell. Um, two quick things. One, out of character, because this is an actual play, and because for the most part, I have completely stuck to book stats, if book stats for people exist. I don't remember if I said this when Renly first jousted, but I am not doing that for Renly. This is one instance in this campaign guide where they have a lot of the named NPCs statted up, where I think they very clearly statted him up kind of based on the show more than the books, if the distinction makes sense, in that his stats, if anyone's looking at the campaign guide, are very, very social, which he should have. But nobody that is the spitting image of young Robert Baratheon is athletics 3 with no strength, right? Like that's so like I would say, sure, the actor from the show, who I loved, don't get me wrong, I think he was great, except for not looking like a young Robert. I've got nothing against the guy. I think he looked great. I think he acted splendidly. I quite liked his character. It just wasn't. I mean, to me, it was an instance where the show was a little off from the books.
Yeah, it's one of the ones where there's the variation, because I mean, like book Stannis and show Stannis are quite different as well.
And remember, in the books, we know that Renly jousts a lot. You can't read too much into him being the knight that Sir Loras squired for, because Sir Loras is just a once-in-a-generation talent also. But we do know that Renly goes to a lot of tourneys and does very well. And the one tourney that we have seen him in, it took the Hound to beat him. And that was like a close thing. So it's like, he's kind of up there, I'm not saying he's necessarily like a top tier, but he's not, athletics 3, no strength, right? Like and stuff like that. So I just want to be transparent about it anytime that I'm not using their stats as written. I kind of did the same with the Red Viper. I think that they underestimated a little bit of his stuff in a few ways. So there are times that I'm exerting some editorial sway to try and match things up to what I think work a little bit better. So I just want to be transparent about that because this is an actual play, and anytime I'm changing rules. The other thing, and this is something that these young scions of House Nymeria will note, is even just scanning the crowd and picking up on their excitement for the joust, and to make sure that nobody is shouting the words nephew or uncle over a loudspeaker or anything like that. You do notice um, that the lady Janna Tyrell, who has since married into House Fossaway, she is the bride of John Fossaway. She's supposed to come hawking with you lot. Uh, she is looking a little anxious, uh, not panicked or anything, but you can tell she kind of hasn't been paying a ton of attention to the joust. But this one, she is, and you suspect that perhaps her mother, the Lady Olena, uh, let her in on some of the uh, backroom dealings and goings on, because she's got a bit of a deer in the headlights look, where she's like, "There's nothing I could do to stop a stupid bloody joust, right? Like, I told mother I'd keep an eye out when I could. This is not something I can do. And am I supposed to go challenge someone? That's the only way I can interrupt this." Like she's got this look like, I feel like I should be doing something, but there's nothing I can do. So I will stand here and just see what happens, and be ready to report back to mother with, the only joust she might care about. But even Loris Tyrell, uh, he's interested. Renly is his best friend, and Renly is jousting. But Loris doesn't look particularly interested, right? He's not, hyperventilating into a paper bag about Oris and, being the one that fights him, stuff like that.
We can't
But
really
it just,
trust that though,
but
because
it
they're really good at hiding how they feel about stuff. Like
It
generally,
is
the
one of the social
Tyro.
skills that's definitely very useful in the setting. Is not is being inscrutable.
yes, keeping your cards close to your chest is pretty clutch. Other than that, you just see um, all the Reach Maidens fanning themselves and giggling and blushing at the size of both of these, fellows that are squaring off. The Blue Bard starts in on a pro Baratheon jaunty tune of some sort. Nothing related to Robert's Rebellion. He's not going to sing that shit in Dorne, but just something about Lord Lionel Baratheon, the Laughing Storm, uh, Renly's grandfather, I believe. I might be off by a generation. But yeah, Lord Lionel, he was pretty cool, and he's from the Hedge Knight book. So something about how powerful the Laughing Storm is, right? So he's clearly like, all right, let's go Baratheon. I'm not gonna try to amp everybody up for some fucking Hedge Knight. I'm pandering to the Highborn. Let's pander. So everybody's in a pretty good mood, as these two probably biggest dudes here. Uh, Craig calls in the running, but if not, it's definitely these two. Um, Square off, opposite one another. Renly is an enormously more dashing figure. His stuff is all supremely bright and polished, and his horse has clearly been bred for looks as much as anything else. Um, Oris, meanwhile, I have forgotten the name of his horse. I am the worst.
I'm surprised he even named his horse.
Yeah, Willie
Well,
Will.
that would imply getting attached to something.
Ooh,
Wow.
throwing shade.
I was about to say something really hurtful, but I don't want to hurt Ash's feelings. Only Addam's. No, just but it was a playful hurtful, not like a mean. Um, Come on, Word. Why are you slow to open now? Computer machine, what the fuck is wrong with you today?
Call it
Anyway,
horse one. Pony soprano.
here we go. 1 second.
Pony surprise.
Harry Trotter.
I don't even know why that jokes me up so much.
No, he is he is riding his Castle Forged Destrier that was a prize for winning the Squire's Joust. And he actually named it Lionel. So that's kind of amusing because I forgot that when I had the Blue Bard start that song.
Interesting.
But he's actually amping up Oris and doesn't even know it twice over. But yeah, he's got this super badass Destrier that he won because of chat again, drunkenly having Robert double and redouble every tourney prize. And then,
Absolute mad lads.
so, and it's good that they did because a Dornish Sandsteed would be a show pony for Oris. He'd be like, yeah, it carries my things, not me. Like it hangs out with my mule. Because he could not, or he'd just like have his feet on the ground on either side of it and like walk along. But yeah, so that horse did get amped up. But yeah, he named it Lionel after the Laughing Storm because the Laughing Storm's awesome.
It's pretty cool.
So yeah, without knowing it, the Blue Bard is actually getting Oris amped up too. And so they clash. Let me grab my dice. Let's see what happens. What's that? Push to talk, babe?
Yeah, it's okay. I was just mocking Bodhi. It's fine.
Okay, sorry. Anytime I hear you in real life and not on the internet, I try to make sure we're not missing game stuff.
No, she has started to sing to me the song of her people.
Because it is after 5 p.m. And she is going to waste away to nothing if she does not eat dinner soon.
It's daylight savings time. She doesn't know that.
Yeah.
She does too. She's smarter than most dogs. Anyway,
Well, she doesn't care.
yes, that's it. She just doesn't accept it as an excuse for not feeding her.
And no one should.
So, Lord Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End and the Stormlands, and Master of Laws, charges on his dashing white destrier towards the storm-cloud, dark, mottled destrier of Oris Baratheon. Oris the Aurochs, just a bastard. And
The announcer really messed that one up.
like you lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first person I would stab if he did that. No!
So you lot have this moment like freeze framed as the moment before they clash, just going like, oh, this could still go so bad for so many people. And to everybody else, it's just like a bitchin' picture airbrushed on the side of a van, because it's like here and fighting, and the first pass goes swimmingly for all involved. Both lances are pulped into nothingness. Both riders seem unfazed by those first hits, because you could tell that both of them were bracing against those first hits, because you suspect it's been a while since they jousted anyone close to their size. So you can tell that they were both worrying about defense initially, and kind of both of them kind of tactically catching the measure of their opponent. So the horses wheel, fresh lances are offered up, and the riders clash again. This time, both of them are in a more neutral stance, having taken their opponent's measure. They balance offense and defense to one another. And once again, it's just a solid pass with steady, accurate lances with a lot of mass behind them. So the lances explode into shattered splinters. Fuck you, dice. The third pass goes much the same. This is 3 times in a row that I've rolled the same thing on these dice that are dueling. They keep coming up pairs, which has been a recurring theme today of pretty even matches. The third pass is much the same. And the crowd is holding their breath each time before these two, uh, elephants
They're
collide.
titans.
Yeah, just charging at one another. And again, Aurochs and Stag are both burly, powerful creatures renowned for the charge. So they are both doing their iconography proud. Um, on the fourth pass, Renly's lance slides up a little high instead of catching just on Oris's shield. And Oris's shoulder very pointedly rolls back from that hit. And Renly pulls a hair ahead. It's a cleaner, or rather a more visible reaction to the hit than Renly shows. And on the fifth pass, one of the dice was a 6 and one of the dice was a 1. Instead of being 3-3, 4-4, 5 versus 6, which, like the last one, they were just off by 1. And this one, it's a 6 and a 1. So on this final, what turns out to be the final pass, they are riding at one another, and you guys are able to spot it just barely due to like the angle as he's riding towards you, and the light is just right with the very narrow visor of Oris's helm that for a moment there is no mistaking the flash of blue eyes still open and fixed exactly forward, even up to the moment of impact. Knights normally don't do that. They will tilt their head away or often upwards so that the splinters can't go in their eye holes. And you all see that Oris does not. He keeps eyes fixed, straight forward, dead ahead, determinedly, and he lands his lance flawlessly in Renly's shield to knock the Lord of Storm's End out of.
Oh my god! The way you were describing that, I was convinced some horrible tragedy was about to occur.
It can.
Right?
Yes, that is why I picked eyes fixed instead of high in the saddle, and that is why I talked as long as I did.
Thanks, I hate it.
because I know that Ash's reactions are the reasons people watch the stream, and I had to keep Ash visibly conflicted for as long as possible. So I had to milk that moment. But yeah.
That boy will be the death of me.
So Oris lands the solid hit, and it pays dividends. Stannis is utterly unreadable. He does not speak a word. He didn't cheer for his brother the way, people probably should. He just was sitting and staring and thinking inscrutable Stanisian thoughts the entire time. He's not the cheering sort. And he isn't the he's not going to groan in sympathy either as his baby brother gets hammered out of the saddle. He just sits there. The crowd groans after like there's this moment of everyone going like, did we just fucking see that? Did that just, wow. And then the crowd is like, oh no, like a hedge knight just beat a fucking lord. but we're not in the Stormlands, so probably it's not an insult. And like, it's day 3, and you see a lot of the knights kind of looking quizzically at each other,
How are we supposed to respond
like,
to this?
how offended are we supposed to be? But like,
Well done.
like girls are fighting in this tournament. Is anybody taking offense to anything, right? Like what's even going on in Dorne?
It's all fair now.
So you see a lot of them are, um, you know, just kind of like, are we supposed to beat this guy up tonight in his pavilion tent or some shit? If
Don't
so, we
fucking
need to
dare.
bring. If so, we need to bring lots of us, right? Like they're just like, are we all? What's going on?
Every single one of them would have
What
to
is-
get through Adam.
What if Renly's?
I mean, it wouldn't be hard, but he would try.
But it's an obstacle. They have to step around eventually.
I reckon Adam can probably like bring it if he got a good roll in. He does have fighting for it. He's not totally awful at fighting.
The Lord of Blackhaven, while everyone else lets out this groan and is muttering, crows aloud. Just like, I told you, stupid bastards, it had to have been 100. I love Renly, you all know that, but look at the boy, right? And like, he's just absolutely, loving it. It's the second time today he's gotten to rub their noses in stuff after all the shit they gave him. Balin Swan is studiously silent, and he's just like, yes, I hope Renly is well. I could have told you guys that somebody was like, that wasn't going to end without somebody very cleanly getting hit real fucking hard. But Renly, for his part, kind of hams it up. He lays stock still for a moment, and then there's this metallic clack as the visor of his helmet is lifted, and a bit of turf flies out of it, because he like fell out of the saddle and kind of rolled a few times to a stop, which is better than landing square or like landing on your head. He kind of rolled with it, but got like a face full of grass and dirt. So he opens his helmet up, and a little bit of dirt goes flying. And then you can see him take in a deep breath as the huge breastplate of his armor, rises a little. And he says for the entire crowd, "Did I get him?" And the tension leaves everybody but Stannis, because he would deflate or something. Like, he would just vanish if the tension ever left Stannis.
Yeah, I think that's maybe like Rhaena's probably the only person close enough to notice, but like Adam has been holding his breath the entire time, so this is probably like the first moment she's heard him breathe in about 2 or 3 minutes.
And so that gets laughter from the crowd, and it's also an out for everybody. Like, if our Lord is laughing about it, we can laugh, but also, like, it's fucking rarely that was, we like that guy, so it bleeds out the tension. Orys also does not do a fancy victory lap. He also dismounts before approaching his fallen opponent, which is wise for any hedge knight fighting kind of anyone. Like, it's a statement if you ride up to them and lord over them, and that would be unwise for a hedge knight not against Renly. But he approaches on foot, and his helmet stays on. He doesn't have a visor. His was a solid piece, and he leaves it on, and he offers his uncle hand up, which Renly pauses for a heartbeat before accepting. Orys hauls him to his feet. Renly lifts a hand to the crowd to show he's fine. The crowd is cheering and roaring, and you lot hear a little metallic tink as Orys leans in and their helmets are touching, and you cannot hear what Oris says or what Renly says in response. Um, and a moment later, Renly drags Oris's hand up, grabs him by the wrist and like, why are people cheering for me? I mean, I'm just kidding. It's because I'm awesome. But also, you should cheer for the guy that won, right? So he gives it a moment of, yeah, the people are glad I'm okay. But then he makes a point of lifting Oris's hand um, and shouting, the Aurochs, crowned by some drunk in King's Landing, I hear. And you get some more laughter from people.
Well, I mean, they're not wrong.
And everybody's laughing. There's kind of no tension or suspicion from anybody. They're just like, hey, we love that Renly guy. And then Oris goes to his horse while Renly goes to the champions area, and Renly undoes his ribbon and like leaves it on the seat. Oris waits until Renly is gone to make his way over towards the champion seats. So Oris isn't as dumb as he could have been. He's making a point of giving Renly time to vacate. So they are not in frame and unhelmeted together. And he waits until Renly has made his way back to the milling herd of knights and lords. You can see that Sir Loras Tyrell, it's not as exaggerated as it ever got on the show, but he's got on that sulky face, looking over at Oris taking the champion seat, right? Like they had that actor pout like a lot on the show, and then also again in Iron Fist. Like he just was a very pouty boy, and I like that. I like that actor, but it had some issues. But so it's not that pouty a face, right? But you can tell that Sir Loras Tyrell has made up his mind who he is likely to challenge when the time comes, and he just kind of glares long enough, and then Renly makes it over to the crowd, and he's over there with everyone else, joking with Renly. Lord Barrick is checking the back of Renly's armor to see where the lance went. He's like, because I thought it went all the way through you, Lord. And like just everyone's hamming it up and, making sure that he's okay and joking with them. And Renly is, you can tell, he's not effortlessly working the crowd. He is, man down, man down.
I just knocked over my green screen. Sorry.
Is Bodhi okay? Check on her, monster.
It's right here. It's right
We
here.
don't hear her. Why can't we hear her?
All right. But you guys, because you're all kind of paying attention to the Baratheon bloodline, you can tell that Renly's not just effortlessly working the crowd. He is kind of keeping eyes on him for a little bit. And stuff like that. He's always kind of acknowledges everyone that he walks past, in this crowd. But he's like stopping and joking with each of them. And, oh, how much money did I lose you? We'll lower your taxes next season. And, he's taking a little bit longer to kind of stay the center of attention from everyone. And then the next time you happen to cast a glance to the champion seats, Oris has his helmet off, and it's on the table in front of him. He has just picked up Renly's goblet, and you can say, Baela, you're right there, so you can tell. He has already asked for another refill. Like, he got it poured and drunk it down, and now is getting a refill to put it in front of him to sip for a bit. But he downed the whole thing in one Baratheon quaff. Um, but yeah, and luckily, again, Oris has longer, much shaggier hair, and Oris has been letting his beard grow, and Renly shaved the day after he arrived. Um, so they're both big dudes with black hair. That's not terribly uncommon in the Stormlands. Um, you know, our player
Well,
Robert isn't necessarily Robert Baratheon's bastard, right? He's could be,
dude got around.
but yeah. So you lot looking for it. There's no fucking mistaking it. But if people aren't, you can see, it's kind of a Clark Kent Superman type of thing where it kind of shouldn't hold up for 70 years of comic books or whatever, but they carry themselves very differently. Renly sits in a chair like someone who is supposed to sit in a chair and who is accustomed to sitting in a chair and being a lord and having courtly posture. Um, Oris is a fucking Jarl from Skyrim, right? Where they're just like, whatever. Like, I'm not used to chairs fitting right. I'm not used to having a chair. Like I'm normally
I mean,
sitting on a stump or a log, or a rude camp chair, and so he's, again,
it,
just they carry themselves differently enough, that you guys can see, nobody's muttering and pointing, or anything like that in the crowd.
it's kind of an upgrade from him being sort of slouched over all the time. He's always
Now
just
that
like,
he's a knight, yeah, he is, carrying himself a bit more upright, instead of purposefully avoiding intimidating anyone, which was how he got by for a long time. But even that is a different enough posture from Renly's, right? Like, just the way they carry themselves. So, um, yeah, Craig Hall, um, it, it gives Oris a nod and says, "At least I'm in good company for losing to the Aurochs. Seven hells, boy." And Oris just gives him a shaggy-headed nod, instead of saying much back. Parman Crane kind of leans away from Oris in his chair, um, not engaging. Maybe he just doesn't know what to say to a bastard that just beat tied for highest ranked person here. So he just kind of is like shit. What do I do? Like, good. I'm glad he didn't challenge me. At least probably that would suck. Um, Bryce Karen gives Oris a kind of stiff and formal hello nod, and then pointedly looks away because his liege lord just got hammered out of his saddle. What does Baela say?
Is it um, well struck, Boris? That was a impressive joust.
Oris will give you the same sort of shaggy-headed nod, and then he lets out a gusty sigh, like a big one. He goes, "It was harder than I thought it would be."
There's some good jousters here, and you just placed yourself amongst them.
Part of it was easier than I thought it would be too. He says, giving you a little nod and then pointedly not following that thread anywhere, but just kind of looks satisfied with himself, and is, you know, do, bottling those emotions up, and drowning them with wine. Uh, who knows what he and Renly said to one another? But he's not fuming. He's not, glowering. He's not brooding, even really. He's just kind of sitting there. So, yeah, could have gone a lot worse. Thanks for that destiny point, though, to make sure Stannis is there. Stannis is stone silent. Like, it's a statue of the Master of Ships sitting in that chair next to you, Reyna.
Is that different than normal?
Yes, yes.
A little,
Yeah.
I have
little.
sat next to him several times during this journey thing, and he normally moves and shifts like a person. Like
And
a
it's
people.
and it's not until Renly and Oris have been apart for like a good minute or more, you know, that Oris has settled in over there and like nobody's saying anything. Nobody's hiding their face and gossiping to the person next to them. That you can then tell that Stannis lets out a breath not terribly unlike the one that Addam was holding, though for very different reasons. And you just hear Stannis's voice, low and certain, and I was gonna say serious, but I already said Stannis. But you know, just you hear him speaking clearly only to those of you that are very close. That was reckless of him.
I am inclined to agree with you, though I don't think there's anything any of us could have done. And at least it's concluded in a civil and friendly fashion.
I don't know
Adam,
about
feign ignorance, feign ignorance.
I don't know about you, but have you tried arguing with your brother?
Renly was not the reckless one, though he was sloppy in the saddle in the final pass. I thought that part obvious. He was not
We all thought
the
so.
one I was referring
Yeah,
to.
no, I mean, I thought I was clear that Adam was definitely not talking about Renly there. But
You were. It's just Stannis was very pointedly answering that.
My lord, I believe that is called the aggressive stance, not reckless.
Like, Stannis, it's page 168. Read from the manual. No wonder you're not master of laws.
oh my, oh no.
We're just getting meta inside a joke. So yeah, Stannis still looks faintly displeased, but he's awake, right? So he just kind of looks serious and faintly displeased. But he's also not storming off after Renly. He's also not storming over towards the champion stuff to try and, you know, demand Oris come somewhere and get yelled at. He's just looking relieved that it's over, but very unhappy that it happened. Like Felicia's first marriage.
Wait, what?
Nothing. That's just...
Just made that shit up. He's
I
my
think
only marriage.
For
This is
now.
a self-own there.
Oh.
Yeah, self-burn, those are rare. So I think then Adam will take this opportunity to get up and move behind the chairs and go on to sit in the one on the other side of Stannis, so we're a bit closer.
Okay.
And as he's sitting down, kind of saying, I'm sure that Sir Loras will even the score soon enough. Not to worry.
Stannis's eyes narrow calculatingly, but he does not respond in agreement or disagreement.
Well, I tried to sound reassuring. Oh well.
This is
You've
the
done
perfect time to do that conversation you wanted.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just kind of trying to like not. I'm trying to make as natural a segue as possible without just ramming it in there because it's absolutely nothing to do with the joust. So, yeah, I was kind of going to wait until there was some more activity so that, like, uh,
The
so people can be paying attention to other things because it is a kind of private conversation.
Okay.
the answer that you eventually get uh, to your commentary about the joust um, is Stannis suddenly going, it's close to high sun. From what I've heard of you, you'll likely want to attend the archery contest. And he stands up.
Uh, well, yes. I take it that means like he's right. My is my awareness good enough to like? Is that an indication that he's going to go and do that?
Yeah, he's not walking away from you. He just
Yeah.
stands up and kind of waits. And you're like, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it is close to high sun. We are supposed to do the archery contest
Sure.
soon.
Okay. I just wanted to check because Adam is smarter than I am about these things. So yeah, Adam will stand up and yes, yes, absolutely. Would you care to join me, my lord?
I will walk with you. Don't worry. None will shame you for your leg. I will keep pace. Brian told me you wanted to speak to me about something. And he's trying to, he's you can tell. You guys have seen Stannis walk. He walks like somebody that's got somewhere to be, right?
Yeah.
Because that's why he's walking somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Like it's. I've got and he's not. He is making a point of going slow instead of striding away from you with those long Baratheon legs, walking with purpose.
Yeah.
So you,
No,
you know,
that is most gracious of you. Also internally, Adam's going, "Damn it, Brian." that was a you betrayed my tiny trust. So right,
probably. I mean, just for clarity, he thought he
fine.
was
I
doing
mean,
you a favor, but yeah.
yeah, no, it's that's totally fine. It's fine. I was meaning it kind of jokingly. Um, right, I mean, once we're walking, then I guess. My grandfather may have already broached this subject with you, but he has so far left me out of his affairs, so I prefer not to assume. But well, even if he hasn't, I'm sure that one as astute as yourself will have gleaned that he and Lady Olenna Tyrell have been seeking and proposing marriage matches for my siblings and I.
I'm surprised he waited as long as he did. Your sisters are getting old for this sort of thing. But yes.
Right, then you will know that you'll know the majority of matches that they're proposing for me are of little consequence outside of Dorne, but one is potentially of a politically troublesome nature. You might have told you I've been contacted by Lady Shalapwent of Harrenhal with a view to making me steward of Harrenhal by marriage, and leaving aside my personal opinions of the match, I am acutely aware that such a match could potentially cause concern for the crown. After all, if Lord Maekar will marry the least of his grandchildren to the lady of the largest castle in Westeros, a seat of considerable power, then one could be forgiven for wondering what ambitions might he have for those higher up on the ladder. And you'll already know that my eldest sister has had a proposal from Lord Willis Tyrell, and so I'm concerned that House Nymerian could find itself in a much more elevated position in the realm, which could attract the wrong kind of attention. We have worked very hard to show His Grace our loyalty, and I would not see that hard work undone. So, you know the King's mind. Would he consider a union between Houses Went and Nymerian a threat?
The king considers very little. The small council does the bulk of the consideration in King's Landing, and certainly in the Red Keep.
Then in that case... Oh, sorry.
If he is not told to be concerned, he will not be. You lot have done him a service with this Vulture King business, and then the shame of Anders Ironwood, uh, delivering unto him the traitor's death that he deserved, uh, showed your loyalty to the crown rather than to Dorne, uh, or to your neighbors. And the fact that you did so with Stormlanders at your side, as ordered by your king, has not gone unnoticed elsewhere in Westeros.
I see. So am I to understand then that yourself and the small council are not concerned by these matches?
I can tell you that the king for certain will not be, unless he is invited to the wedding, and unless he is lured there with particularly fine wine. He will not know or care about the match. But I cannot speak for all of the small council.
Does anyone spring to mind who would require assuaging? I would like to put any concerns to rest as swiftly as possible. Not just for my sake, but for the sake of my siblings as well. It's important to me that everyone is happy with whatever transpires.
Given the wealth of the holdings in question, the Lannisters would certainly take notice, which means Pycelle could pour some poison into Robert's ear. Littlefinger and Varys both seem to simply know everything that transpires. I would not be surprised to find the eunuch lurking in that Mystery Knight's armor. And who knows what holes the weasel Baelish might yet spring from. I do not doubt that the Spider and Littlefinger will know what is afoot and that they will take note. But of the two, one will choose to present it as a concern to the king, and one will choose to soothe the king and assure him it is a matter of no consequence. The gods flip a coin each day to see which of them will take which role. But always they are at odds.
I see. Well, that's gone some way to alleviating some concerns. I thank you for that. I won't take up any more of your time.
There is still the hand.
Oh. What do you think he will think about?
I think you should ask your grandfather. They have been in some correspondence.
I am unsurprised, but it is not my grandfather's habit to involve myself or my siblings in his machinations.
It is not my habit to speak of the machinations of others.
Oh, no, of course, I wouldn't ask you to. Though I must say I'm envious of his and others' ability to know so much before it happens. If only I could learn the power of being so well informed.
Coin and spies is all it is, boy.
Oh, well. That actually sounds rather achievable.
If
He says as he hands him a silver stag. Puts it in his pocket and pats on it.
if Peter Baelish and a foreign eunuch can manage it, and he lifts his head and glances around, and around includes anything within sight in Wyvern's Rest, right? And he has a look of faint disapproval at the wealth on display literally anywhere he looks, because he's looking at lords and ladies that are dressed up. He's looking at Wyvern dress itself, yada yada. So he just lifts his head a bit to glance everywhere with mild disapproval. He goes, "If Peter Baelish and a foreign eunuch can manage it, I'm certain that a son of Wyvern's Rest can."
Well, I would thank you for the compliment, though it sounds rather like there is friction between the three of you. I know it's not my place to inquire about that, but
But I'm dying to know.
yeah.
It is no great secret. I do not think Baelish much more of a man than Varys.
Ouch.
If it's not too personal a question, was there a particular event that caused that acrimony, or is... of course you don't have to answer, I'm just surprised.
The press your luck with Stannis hours now.
Bill.
Simple proximity and familiarity. He deals in unsavory things that are unbecoming a lord, even one of so small a holding as his. And he...
Well, I suppose some have to do the dirty jobs, don't they?
A member of the small council need not be a pimp.
That I was not aware of. Though, again, it doesn't particularly surprise me.
I think I've shared enough of other people's business with you for one walk, and it would seem we are near the archery field.
That is fair, my lord. I greatly appreciate your time and your candor.
He just gives you a nod, and then, strides away.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to go and watch the archery and think about that.
At a distance.
When we pick
What?
stick back up, Stannis will be dead due to arrow shot.
I think that was actually a very productive conversation. He was perfectly reasonable. My disposition has gone up towards him.
I don't. Stannis isn't very. He doesn't prevaricate. He just. If he doesn't want to tell you something, he just doesn't frickin' tell you something.
Yeah, that is actually a thing I can kind of respect. That he doesn't play mind games. He's straight down the line.
He just makes up his mind, and he tells you what's going to happen, and if you're in the way of that happening, he will move you. He's just a very, very direct guy.
Yeah. Yeah. When there might need to be a later conversation if Oris doesn't get knocked out of the champion's chair. But that that is undecided and for another time. And he answered the question that I wanted answered. Basically, it was is Rhaena marrying the heir to Highgarden or me, basically inheriting Harrenhal, are either of those going to be a problem? That was kind of my main question.
Yeah, and you guys have had a pretty meteoric rise of late, but it's all been well earned and done with people well outside your house assisting, and some of them have been people largely beyond reproach. The worst thing people say about Lord Beric is that he's kind of shallow, and he kind of is, but nobody thinks he's dishonorable. Nobody thinks he would side with the Dornish against, the laws or whatever. And Balin Swan is a pretty, stalwart guy of strong reputation, and and everybody knows that it was the king that ordered you to go do this other stuff, and then you guys did it amazingly well without any reluctance or hesitation, and you found another layer of stuff, and so it's just people feel that you have earned your new status pretty above the board. Uh, and now that everyone's talking about House Nymerian, it makes sense for some of you to get married. So, again, it's kind of like Oris looking like Robert and Renly, and that if people aren't really paying too much attention, it's easy to overlook. Like if they don't stop and think, they just hear, oh, there's a wedding invitation. I don't feel like going. There's not a tourney at this one, or, whatever. Like, depending on who it is, most Westerosi folk aren't particularly going to pay attention to some of this. But that's most. The most is the dangerous word there.
I mean, like out of character, I know that because like you designed them to not, you designed the matches to not be a problem. But Addam is not going to just leave stuff up to chance, especially when he feels very left in the dark by Grandpa Maker. So, he's trying to actually be an active participant in things that are going on.
Yeah, which all makes sense. This isn't me saying there's nothing to worry about. It's just me letting chat know that it's not,
Sure.
it's not necessarily shooting up flares, or whatever. So with that, we are down to the last several minutes of our stream, and we're gonna say that for the most part, I think you've all got like heavy stuff to think about during the archery contest, with some of the kind of near misses in Secretville, and you've all got your betrothals to think about, or at least potential betrothals. Mine's yet to be made up. Um, Lots of jousting to look forward to later in the afternoon, etc., etc. And none of you are in the archery contest, so it seems to fly by fairly quickly. This final day of qualifications, and uh, largely unsurprisingly, the dice were not strange in this. Um, we are left with Aunt Elia, Robert Fray, Sorella Sand, and Sir Balin Swan.
Holy crap!
At the
That's
top,
invisible lineup.
they are the best archers that remain.
My boy
Um,
Robert did so well.
he
Come
is
on,
the
me.
last one. He is pretty far below the top three, but he does just barely qualify, while the small folk archers do not.
I'm so
Um,
proud of him.
so he's a clear dark horse going into the finals tomorrow, but he does manage to make the shot. And in fact, it's the assembled archers of House Sandstorm, that cheer almost as loudly for little Robert as they do Aunt Elia, when the final arrow hangs in the air and then thunks in close enough to a target to count. Um, and they're all personally and individually taking the credit, for how well he shoots, because they've been hanging out and teaching him for a while. With that, we are going to wrap. I don't want to try to cram in another whole ass event. I told you guys there'd be a lot more jousting going on today. So that definitely was picking up steam. Um, but before we go, I do want to mention a couple quick things right here on the channel. I've recently begun a new type of broadcast.
I just
Is that,
heard that.
is that Bodhi being loud enough to trigger the? Yeah.
No,
Uh,
I was letting you hear her.
okay. Okay. So here on Play the Game, I have another RPG tabletop broadcast going on, and you can check for the first kind of episode of it here in the videos section. But on Fridays, I am doing an afternoon session, starting at 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Again, just check the schedule. Um, where I am making RPG characters for different games. We're just hanging out step by step, chatting and going through the character generation, and doing a kind of slow, one topic at a time game review while doing so. Sharing some experiences with the game, sharing some pitfalls with the game, talking about loopholes that can make overpowered characters, bitching about stuff in the game that, or in the character generation that I don't like, praising stuff that I do like, all kinds of fun stuff. Um, and the first episode of that, or sorry, whatever the appropriate time zone is, I'm in Central, right? Whatever fits for Central time zone. Um, it is at 3 p.m. Central. Um, so the first episode of that was done the other day, and that was Shadowrun 6th edition. And I was, I think, a little more critical than people were expecting. Someone let me know that they were thought I was just going to do a couple hours of shilling for Catalyst, and I am not the shilling for Catalyst guy.
I
So,
thought it was quite fun.
Yeah.
so check that out. I'm coming up next week, or rather this upcoming Friday. I'm doing Cyberpunk 2020. We're sticking with a strong chrome, neon, and gunsmoke theme. And we're going to be looking at the classic Cyberpunk role playing game, the other kind of big Cyberpunk role playing game. And we're going to go through Cyberpunk 2020, which is a very, very different method of character generation, a very different style in almost every way from Shadowrun. So that'll be fun. But that's also the setup, because on Friday the 13th, here at this channel, I'm actually doing 2 sessions of character generation. So come here at noon Central. I'm replacing my normal PC stream, because that is the day the review embargo lifts on Cyberpunk Red, which is the brand new edition of the Cyberpunk RPG by R. Talsorian, a sister product to Cyberpunk 2077. And I have a review copy, and I've already made a couple characters, and I get to talk about it on the 13th, before it comes out that weekend. So if you want a sneak preview at Cyberpunk Red and a fairly detailed look at it, as we will be making multiple characters, make sure you come by on Friday the 13th. If you want to know how it compares to Cyberpunk 2020, because I'm going to reference the week before pretty often as comparisons and contrasts, make sure you come by this Friday also. So swing by here and play the game. If you haven't already got us liked and followed and stuff, do all that so you'll get alerts when we go live, and you can swing by, whether it's the every other Sunday of A Sea of Spears, whether it's our weekday PC streaming, or whether it's these new Friday sessions of chatting and making characters. So hope we'll see everybody back here soon. We will see everybody back here for post archery contest in 2 weeks time here in Wyvern's Rest. And yeah, hope everybody enjoyed the stream. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for playing, as always, to my fellow streamers. And I hope we'll see you back here next time.
Thank you, everybody. A lot of fun.
Hi guys.
Bye.
Bye.